the Director General. Those that can rise, may we rise. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of the Presidential Working Group, our exhibitors, delegates, panelists, speakers of the day, let me take this opportunity to thank you for your patience and for having honored the invitation by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to come and participate in the Economic Empowerment Summit on and for persons with disabilities. My name is Putima Belebele. I'm the Chief Director, Advocacy and Mainstreaming in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities from the Rights of Persons with Disabilities branch. And I'm going to be your Program Director for the day, for day one. Without further ado, let me thank you, delegates, for having been able to honor the item on the program of visiting exhibitions as a start. We had to ensure that our exhibitors are given the honor to receive the visits from all of us to see the good work that they are doing. I'm going to request that we rise as we'll be singing the national anthem, and that will then preface the beginning of our program. May we rise. Those that can rise. The national anthem. This is how we thank. Thank you very much. Without further ado, so that we can get into the business of the day, let me call onto the stage for the welcoming and opening address our Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Advocate Mikateko Maluleke. May we give her a round of applause.
Thank you. I am so excited to stand here today with all of you. You don't know, if you were to open my heart, you would see, to ensure that persons with disabilities are able to display their products, creativity, and innovations with the aim of maximizing their participation in the mainstream economy and to engage on interventions, identify gaps, challenges, and propose solutions that will improve the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. To accelerate the reduction of the economic vulnerability of persons with disabilities and their families, and fostering economic self-reliance, we need to look at, first, disability, poverty, development, and human rights. Second, access to decent work and work opportunities. Third, persons with disabilities as owners of the economy. And the last one, reducing the cost of disability for persons with disabilities and their families. The key enablers for economic participation include, and not limited to, resource mobilization, regulatory changes, a supportive policy environment, and enabling conditions for ease of doing business. Building a capable state, social compacting, skills development, as well as economic diplomacy and further integration into the African continent. Women and girls with disabilities tend to carry the responsibility of caring and providing for children with disabilities and adults with severe disabilities where personal assistance and accessible childcare facilities are not available, making them less likely to develop careers, find partners, and access training and educational opportunities, let alone participate in mainstream economy. This has to change, and it can only change when we resolve to actively ensure that limitations to access to opportunities are dismantled. On this note, I welcome all of you to the summit and wish all of us a fruitful engagement that will yield results to be implemented, and the impact thereof will be felt by persons with disabilities. Inkomu, I thank you. Rolebo.
Thank you very much, DG. You got it from the horse's mouth in terms of the mandate that we carry ourselves that we need to fulfill. I'm reliably advised that we do have Braille copies of the program, and I would ask that due to the fact that we are all over the plenary room, that perhaps what should happen, the assistance of the participants that will require Braille copies can just go to the left of me standing in front, and Ms. Nelly Kekana will then provide them with the Braille programs. Yes, we do have copies of Braille, of the program that we have printed in Braille for our persons with visual impairments. Nelly, if you can rise so that they identify. Yes, so the personal assistants, if you can go to the right, and Nelly will be able to disseminate, or you can just show by show of hand where you are seated, and Nelly will be able to bring the Braille copies to yourselves. Okay. I think you can, yes. Thank you very much. They will be brought to yourselves. Before I call on the minister, I'm also advised that we are also carried live through streaming channels by our communications on YouTube and on Twitter. For those that are at home, they will display the handles so that we're able to reach even those that are not here physically with us. We have deliberately created a hybrid setup so that even participants who are not physically here in Radisson are able to join us virtually. And the virtual platforms have been shared. In case there's any participant who's virtual who has not received the links, kindly just send an email to disabilityrights@dwypd.gov.za or to Emily Oliphant at dwypd.gov.za. The commission rooms will also be hybrid for participants who are also virtual to be able to participate in the commission rooms. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we're all set. The colleagues are distributing the Braille programs. Let me take this opportunity to call onto the stage the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Mme Maite Mashabane. Can we give a good round of applause?
Program Director, respected members of the Presidential Working Group on Disability, organizations of and for persons with disabilities, government officials, starting with the Mother Department, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and other departments, captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I had to run to the stage to avoid what almost happened yesterday. With each and every person who knew me, who was in the room, thought she really needed to make the claim as I was ascending the stage, so, and be acknowledged as such. I felt good, but I know that we took a little bit of time. Today, we are in a very, very special space. The DG has already said, today we are here to listen, to participate, to finally buy products that are going to be exhibited. She said she's still fixing something, because really, truly, as you said, DG, nothing today should happen here about people with disabilities without them. It is an honor to address this inaugural summit, or inaugural economic summit on empowerment for persons with disabilities. The summit is convened under the theme Economic Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities through Resourceful, Sustainable, and Safe Environments. Some people, when they see, I'm now baptized, disabled people, they tend to quickly want to say, oh, Shem, Shem, and they hate it. They believe that they are God's other hand, show of his hand in creation, that they can be disabled people and they can live normal life. All they ask for from us is not action, but support. So those of us who think, because each and every individual has some disability, those of us who think we are fully abled, when we see the disabled people, we must remember no action, nothing about them without them. I must also personally say that I have benefited a lot working with Samad, representing the Deputy President here and there, but also participating as our department has to be. I am, like many South Africans, getting a little bit tired of summits, but this is not one of the many. This one has an exhibition, and this exhibition is not just about exhibiting. It's about buying quality stuff from quality people who just happen to be disabled. At the center of the space is to create a space for collaboration, sharing of best practices, co-creation, and building solidarity across different priority areas. The summit is about engaging in solutions. It's not a talk shop. It is a summit to address the barriers that prevent access and meaningful participation of persons with disabilities in the mainstream of the economy of our country. These solutions must be collaboratively developed and should inform plan to increase access to services across critical categories and industries within our economy. The summit seeks to practically define what an inclusive and transformative economy is from the perspective of persons with disabilities. We are just but 29 years old. As you are not so, those of us who are not so young know that not so long ago, women were also not counted amongst those who must be looking or be expected to be going to work. So we understand this fully, and we are happy with working together because we understand this fully, just to be the other. The summit seeks to practically define what an inclusive and transformative economy is all about. The transformation of our economy cannot be separated from the provision and the protection of socio-economic rights of our citizens. Section 27 of the Constitution makes clear linkages between socio-economic rights and the prevention of all forms of discrimination, particularly against persons with disabilities. The National Development Plan of 2030 recognizes the intersecting barriers that persons with disabilities face as obstacles to their personal development and that of the country. Therefore, the NDP strategic response to these barriers is to reduce inequality, eradicate poverty, and promote employment of persons with disabilities. To achieve this, the NDP calls for the full integration of disability in the planning, implementation, resource allocation, monitoring and evaluation across all spheres of government. This integration must be supported by the legislative and the policy frameworks with clear implementations targets as outlined in the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural summit is guided by National Priority 1 of government on socio-economic transformation and job creation. The key outputs of this priority is to eliminate, not reduce, eliminate poverty, create jobs. Maybe not even wait for somebody to create the jobs for us, but that we also suggest how jobs can be created, that we are part of the job creation, and reduce inequality. Persons with disabilities, particularly young women with disabilities, are the hardest hit by the impact of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We must change our perspectives on persons with disabilities from passive receivers of aid to active members of society who can contribute and participate in the development and growth of our economy. I am not saying we should not be assisted, but I am actually emphasizing that we do not want to be passive. We must change the perspective of our economy. So therefore, one of the key objectives of the summit is to engage in the policy directive of the white paper with regards to reducing economic vulnerability and realizing human capital. This includes advocacy, coordination, and institutionalization of the procurement targets of the 40% women, 30% youth, and 7% of persons with disabilities. To maximize the 7%, we must ensure persons with disabilities have access to inclusive education and training. We must invest in a holistic approach to facilitate transition between the school environment and the post-school, post-education skills development and places of work. In addition, we must move beyond sheltered skilled development and internship and towards move more to viable business and professional employment. We must pair education to skills development in order to harness and increase economic contributions on persons with disabilities. Apartheid South Africa worked on silo mentalities. If you are into some skills development, so you are not doing much on theory. If you are in research, it's separate, it's not part of that which happens on daily lives. So think of the disabled people. Now, City Sisonke, we are one nation. It's not going to be easy, but we need to change the way things worked. Dear guests and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a government, we must play a critical role in improving the socio-economic livelihoods of persons with disabilities. It is important that annual performance plans create an enabling policy and implementation environment on disability and integration. This includes analysis, evaluation, and review of the impact of the interventions on persons with disabilities across spheres of government. Our APPs must align to the socio-economic targets and indicators as outlined in the medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024. To ensure the impact of these interventions, we must reach our people to promote public engagements in education and consultation. True impact will be felt when the government works alongside different sectors and society, including civil society, the private sector, trade unions, research institutions, development partners, and disability sector. Together, we can develop an integrated strategy on the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities that is aligned to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Fellow delegates, we must and we are inviting you to visit and engage in the diverse exhibition stalls. I've seen a few when we arrived here, which showcase innovations and solutions by and for persons with disabilities. We want to amplify the call for increased access to resources and finance opportunities for persons with disabilities and persons owned by persons with disabilities. We want to increase awareness of products and services and institutions available for persons with disabilities. We want to promote discussions, forums to cover areas of interest, including employment and education opportunities, infrastructure development, and increased service delivery, and access to technology solutions. Ultimately, the summit wants to demonstrate that persons with disabilities can be equal players in the contribution, participation, and ownership of the economy. To achieve this, we must work together to unlock, create, and active resources, invest in infrastructure development, and cultivate skills and training, and promote the leadership of persons with disabilities at all levels of our economy. In conclusion, as we draw to the end of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, our approach has been informed by Pillar 2 on prevention, rebuilding social cohesion, and Pillar 5 on economic power from the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, because disabled people suffer the same. As we continue to highlight the linkages between economic positionality and vulnerability to violence, we must emphasize the experience of our own persons with disabilities. Therefore, the economic justice must be driving force behind the reconstruction and the recovery of our economy. This must include the improved equality of life and access to basic socio-economic rights for persons with disabilities, from a human rights perspective. I believe that this summit will yield results that allow us to advance our call of inclusive, safer, transformative South Africa for all. Nick and Seal.
A massive round of applause again. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you so much for the mandate that we have received that says that we need to ensure that out of this summit, we come up with an integrated economic strategy that will be implementable to inform implementers in terms of what are the things we need to focus on with immediate effect, some immediate, some short-term, some medium-term, and some long-term towards the full realization of the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. That's a very strong one that we need to come out of this summit with and cascade it to the provinces and our localities so that persons with disabilities also become part of the mainstream economy. Thank you very much, Minister. We appreciate. We are now going to our next item. We're supposed to have a tea break. It's 10:42, we are chasing time, but I'm going to ask that I be allowed as the program director to just drive this car, and trust me, we will have our tea break, but that we move straight into the situational analysis on the state of economic inclusion of persons with disabilities. And I want to call on to the stage Mr. Prince Boy, who's going to give a situational analysis that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities have developed, so that we then get to understand from government's point of view where we stand. And online, we are joined by Dr. Vic McKinney, who is the member of the Economic Work Stream of the Presidential Working Group on Disability, who will also speak to us on the situational analysis on the state of economic inclusion for persons with disabilities from the sector's point of view, as represented by the Economic Work Stream of the Presidential Working Group on Disability. Let me just check first with the AV if ever we are connected, and Dr. Vic McKinney is also connected and allowed into the room and enabled also to be able to convey the message. Mr. Boy, you can take a seat. Just indication from AV, from our Zoom platforms. Dr. Vic McKinney should be on standby. Whilst we're waiting for Dr. Vic McKinney, let me allow the Chief Director from Branch T in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Mr. Prince Boy, to present the situational analysis on the state of economic inclusion of persons with disabilities from government's point of view. Thank you.
Hi, people, can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, Dr. Vic, we can hear you.
Okay, shall I go ahead now? Sorry, is someone going to speak first?
Okay, let me...
Please go ahead, I can wait 2 minutes, sorry.
Okay, let me allow Mr. Boy to start first, and then we can come to yourself, Dr. McKinney. Is that okay with you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fine. Sorry for jumping the gun.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boy?
Good morning, Madam Program Director, and good morning to Minister, DG, and all the esteemed guests. both who are physically here and those who are attending online. Please allow me to extend my morning greetings in my own mother tongue, Ndimacheron. Basically, the brief that I received was to come over here and share with you the status quo in terms of the journey that our department has done in terms or towards achievement of inclusion of youth, women, and more specifically persons with disabilities into the economic mainstream. I need to basically kickstart the program by ensuring that we all move from the same premise. And the premise that we operate from is basically to share with you in terms of what our mandate is. Our mandate is really centered around the socio-economic transformation and therefore implementation and as well as empowerment by ensuring that both government and private sector do indeed perform their part towards the empowerment of those target groups. But specifically today here, our focus is on persons with disabilities. The starting point, therefore, would be to indicate that, I'm not too sure if my slides are moving. Are we getting any slides? Okay. It's not. Where's the phone? Your phone's in there. Do you want it? Okay. Yes. You want it? Yeah. This one is loading it. They do have it. They got it. They will mute Vic. Okay. Please allow me just, I'm told that the slides are quickly loading so that as we move, yes. Perfect. So, the content, therefore, I've already indicated the mandate, and I will quickly, therefore, move into the overview. Now, I've already alluded to the fact that what our mandate carries, and the very first point I want to cover in terms of the overview itself is that the core priorities in terms of what we do, it's centered on the NDP. And as you're all aware, our NDP vision is to eliminate poverty and therefore ensure that there's equal participation of the WYPDs. It is therefore clear that the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities is our core business. Our public and as well as our private sector, it's a mandate that they are expected therefore to plan so that ultimately, and importantly so, that we get regulated around that, but ensure that our plans are reflective of what we want to achieve. And it's therefore quite important that when we do the planning, we ensure that we do have what we call disaggregated data that will support the monitoring and evaluation thereof, so that we are able at all times to measure the impact. The problem statement, as you will see, as depicted over there, is that despite the economic importance and as well as the work that we do, we continue to experience exclusion of persons with disability where it matters most, particularly in the economic empowerment of our industries. The other point that I also wanted to indicate is therefore in relation to the fact that if therefore we really want to turn the tide, it's important that in our problematization we ensure that as and when we implement our programs, we do therefore are governed and refer to our policy levers instrument. Now, the very apex policy instrument that we have is the Constitution of this country, as well as it's supported by the Bill of Rights. Okay. But at the same time, it's important, therefore, that the Bill of Rights, therefore, is the apex referral point. The white paper on the rights of persons with disability is another instrument. But over and above that, we also have other conventions, more specifically the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And in order, therefore, to realize all these rights, it's also important, therefore, to refer to other international instruments like the one that we cite there of the UNDP, and as well as the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy. Now, what does the research, therefore, tells us from 2016 to date? Quite a number of research surveys which have been conducted, and basically just to assist in terms of making the linkage or linkages that exist between poverty and disability. And it's quite amplified that there's a high risk of poverty, particularly in the community that lives with disabilities. And it's cited in so many reports, but additionally, one would also state the point that persons with disability incur added costs in terms of either direct or indirect provision of services. And it's also quite important that the National Disability Prevalence Rate in South Africa also tells us that there is 7.5% of people that were living with disability from 2011, and to that effect, almost like, as also supported by Stats SA survey, that approximately 2,870,130 people are really affected by the poverty line. So black Africans are the most affected if you take the population of South Africa into context. And the statistics itself continue to tell us that women and girls, as you will see in the next slide there, are the most vulnerable and the most impacted upon. And the graph therefore goes to show that elderly persons with disabilities are also more vulnerable and therefore cannot alone escape this scourge of poverty, and compounded by the situation that they find themselves in. Children are also therefore not excluded from the statistics. Therefore, the graph keeps on to tell us that persons with disabilities have a lower level of educational attainment in terms of outcomes, and therefore are the most likely to be impacted or affected by high levels of unemployment. And it also tells us that the income in terms of households with persons with disabilities, and as well as children who are affected by any form of disabilities, are also disproportionately very low. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the issue of therefore tackling disabilities really cuts across what we call gender, race, and any type of disability. Now, what are the key considerations that we need to focus on as and when we develop policies? A crucial component of the work that we do is to make sure that there is a complete and equity in terms of realizing human rights, and therefore persons with disabilities cannot really be brought into any form of plan as an afterthought. It therefore means that it's quite crucial and important that in our planning they become the integral point of our planning from the start. Now, it therefore also calls upon all the levers of the state as well as the private sector, including civil society, to make sure that there's a deliberate increased investment in both the health and the educational outcomes where it matters, with regards to persons with disabilities, so that therefore we increase better outcomes from education and as well as their health status. Many women with disabilities work in the informal sectors, and that's the reality of our economy. But we really need to change the tide, and hence we center everything on better educational outcomes. The persons with disabilities also contribute quite significantly to peace and security, which are also the essential elements in terms of pursuing or advancing economic inclusion. We therefore pursue or need to pursue equality in the name of empowerment, but also coupled with human rights of the persons with disabilities. Now, disability in terms of inclusion in as far as employment is concerned, the studies also tell us that the elements of economic cost and the disabilities across the element of society, more so the children, are most profound. However, this is despite the fact that in the country, that is South Africa, we are supported by the Employment Equity Act, which was passed in 1998. Now, this mandates employers employing more than 50 people to develop an employment equity plan annually, and the Department of Employment and Labor are entrusted, therefore, with the responsibility of monitoring that. Now, in terms of those plans, it's expected, and therefore it's also enforceable, that the persons with disabilities also are catered for. And it can only be, or we can only be able to account if those plans are revisited by way of monitoring. The plans, therefore, as we indicate, must include targets also for hiring and as well as those who are currently absorbed in the economy. Another tool for integrating persons with disability in the South African economy and the social life is the white paper on persons with disability, in terms of ensuring that their rights are part of our policy statement, and similarly, so that as and when we pursue our NDP goal towards 2030, we do constantly and regularly and all the time manage to therefore monitor the targets as they are depicted there. And some of the targets, and I think it's quite important that we remind everybody that the target in as far as employment for persons with disabilities, it's as the current status, 7%, and as we move towards 2030, with increment to 10%. And therefore, another target which is also quite important is the increased development target, which currently is sitting at 4%, and as we move towards the 2030 vision of the NDP, it's expected to increase to 7%. The other important target is in as far as ensuring that persons with disabilities, those who are in business, also benefit from the preferential procurement dispensation in terms of having opportunities set aside for them, and the current target is 5%, and that will also ensure that businesses, or at least economic opportunities, also get awarded to those who are supposed or expected to benefit. The next slide is with regards to the economic inclusion of persons with disability. Now, I've already cited, all the studies that indicates in terms of where we are as a country and where we really want to position ourselves in terms of promoting the chances of self-employment and as well as formal employment for persons with disabilities, but also to ensure that entrepreneurship is the center for growth in terms of making sure that those who find themselves in businesses, whether in the formation of SMMEs and cooperatives, are supported by using the lever of the state procurement. But we also want to encourage the private sector to also follow suit. Now, the census, as I have quoted in my presentation, also as they were carried out over the years, also indicate that there is a very steady progress in terms of ensuring that persons with disabilities are at the center of the country economic strategy. Now, what is it that we are doing within the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as we plan forward towards ensuring that the rights for persons with disabilities do not remain an illusion or elusive? We are currently involved or busy in putting two instruments that we hope will actually assist us in terms of ensuring that the mainstreaming of persons with disabilities is actually realized. One important tool is the strategy on economic empowerment for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We believe that as we move towards implementation of that strategy in the coming or following financial year, which is 2023-2024, we'll begin therefore to see the landscape changing. But the other important instrument is the Socio-Economic Empowerment Index. This is meant to be a measurement tool that we'll always use regularly in terms of making sure that the persons with disabilities are not an afterthought, but they remain at the center of our planning. So basically, as I conclude, it means therefore that persons with disabilities need to benefit as per the broad-based Black economic empowerment strategy and as well as the scorecard. And we identify about 5, if not 6 elements. We are saying at the element of ownership and therefore of businesses, it's quite important therefore that persons with disabilities also become owners of the businesses or trading entities. The second element is the element of what we'll call management control. It's important therefore that we do not look at persons with disabilities only as workers at junior level. At the appropriate level, particularly at managerial level, like leadership, we also have therefore to factor them. And again, that will be sort of supported by the qualifications or inherent responsibilities that are assigned to those positions. The third element, which is also quite crucial, will be your employment, your skills development. It's important, therefore, that we begin, therefore, to make skills development to be the major catalyst in terms of ensuring that persons with disabilities are enabled and supported in terms of entering the economic mainstream. The fourth element will be the element of preferential procurement. It's quite important that the state, we do have a very crucial lever of preferential procurement, and through set-asides, we also ensure that persons with disability do benefit, not only in the state, but also from the private sector side. And then lastly, as and when we do businesses, particularly in the private sector, but also in government as well, let's not forget that we also have to ensure that through social economic development, or what they call in the private sector CSI programs, persons with disabilities are also therefore prioritized. I really want to thank you and also wish you a fruitful deliberations in the commissions that are going to follow suit. Nda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boy. Yes, thank you very much. I wanted you to remain on stage. Let me then request that the colleagues assist us. We will be sharing the presentations. I think it's important for all of us to have these presentations so that we can make reference to them even as we go into the commissions. Dr. Vic McKinney, are you ready? Online for us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity, colleagues, to introduce the member of the Presidential Working Group on Disability from the Economic Work Stream to give us a presentation on behalf of the PWGD. Thank you very much. You can go ahead, Dr. McKinney.
Thank you. I just want to share my screen so I can get my slideshow on. Okay. Let me just confirm that you can see it. Yes, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, just in the interest of time, I'll get going. Thanks everyone for being here. So this opportunity for us to present. We just wanted to recap the background and purpose of the Presidential Working Group on Disability. It was established in 2016 as a strategic platform for decision makers in government. It was to be informed of what we were doing. Our main purpose is to facilitate integration of people with disabilities and essentially find ways for the President and the department to implement the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. And this, of course, includes socioeconomic rights and the reduction of exclusion and segregation that we experience. Okay. Um, so since the first term of President Zuma to the current president, we have proposed strategic areas to be actioned. And all these actions have grown and become more refined. And all of them support the economic empowerment of people with disabilities. And they're interrelated. So there's not really one more important than the other. These are a list of our work streams. So if one considers communication, housing, education, also distinct lack of skill development and creation programs for people with disabilities as well. Okay. So also from a professional point of view, we constantly produce from our colleges and tertiary higher education institutions across the land, we constantly produce graduates across all professions, including the best young minds of our country and business entrepreneurs who don't have any idea how to accommodate people with disabilities, don't understand the lived experience, nor what it means to rely on a disability grant, how that works. And that currently costs the country about 23 billion rand. If you look at just the disability grants taken from adults with disabilities between the age of 18 and 59, you know, it's a high amount. Sure, that's 23 billion. If we can make even a tenth of those people employable, not only are we saving 2.3 billion, but we're creating taxpayers as well. So it's an obvious business case to start putting policies in place and teach, incorporate it into our studies and into the teaching of our young business people, and to raise the profile of entrepreneurs with disabilities to be involved in the economy, especially if we want to meet these NDP goals and 2030 goals as outlined by Mr. Boy earlier, not to mention the Sustainable Development Goals. So in terms of skills development, we have repetitive participation of persons with disabilities in learnerships, and we need to address this, and this is mentioned later on in the talk. Okay, so we also want to develop finance institutions, instruments and conditionalities that are not accessible to entrepreneurs with disabilities. Accessibility is key. It'll be a key thing that comes out throughout the thing. So we have key areas. I'm going to read through some. There are many. We want to identify key areas. I will also refer to, I have some colleagues at the summit who, if they want to add a comment or two as well. So key area it's just essentially stimulating the economy for people with disabilities. So the president launched the Youth Presidential Stimulus, which has been seen as good practice by many in achieving its targets. So similarly, we need an economic empowerment strategy that disrupts current failures on the BBBEE and procurement targeting, particularly. The four sectors as well of the extended public works programs provide an opportunity to link and improve access to jobs procurements and skills development with active participation and leadership of funded organizations of persons with disabilities and the CSO sector. Okay, we also require procurements targeted at people, persons with disabilities, and that is urgent. Okay. In terms of employment, so government has set the target to 7%. They have raised the bar and set the example that civil society should follow, and also need to lead by example and be held accountable as this. As pointed out, the EPWPs are an example where we can take advantage of this, but there are many other areas where government can reach this target and also where initiatives can be spearheaded. Companies are consistently not meeting, many companies consistently don't meet the 2% target year after year. And there's no recourse for this. And this needs addressed because if there's no consequence, there's not going to be any reason for change. So we call for fines to be put in place, alternatively adopt a model as is used overseas, where a company that doesn't accommodate a person of disability on their premises, if it's not accessible, then they subsidize their salary at a disability organization. This would have a good spin-off effect. Such systemic changes are needed if we're going to make any progress in this area. Okay. In terms of skill development, the restructuring of learnerships and the current format is not beneficial to young people with disabilities. So the structuring, should I say. It is a real bane. It's serving more as a barrier, and it is not working at all. The BBB incentives, skills development, people with disabilities, companies are able to claim an additional 15 points, even if the learners are hosted externally by a separate company. So this is a recipe for disaster, and it odds with inclusion. It also undermines the spirit of the Skills Development Act, where many companies just exploit this in terms of, and are not looking for the long-term employment and inclusion of their young employees with disabilities. So only companies that generally embrace skills development as an intervention to develop skills on an equitable basis and see their employees with disabilities as a valuable contributing member to the company and the long-term economy, they should be rewarded and receive those rewards in particular. Okay. To continue skills development, we need to restructure the learnership thing to take the form of a development and progression from a lower level qualification to the highest in terms of like an NQ3, the National Qualifications Framework examples. So much like a degree, and CETAs must fund accordingly. The 12-month only funding is not really beneficial and also doesn't seem sustainable as well. So we end up with many learnerships on this we have constant learners, people on constant learnerships year after year, moving maybe from one model to the next, but it is not sustainable long term and is not beneficial to the person or the company really long term. So some CETAs are not implementing the provisions for the post-school education and training policy, which makes provision for support services for learners with disabilities to be funded by the CETAs. We need an audit of how CETAs are funding learnerships, how many are complying with the policy. So there's a drastic need for improvement, the development of quality inclusive education practice from the value chain, from early childhood development through to higher education institutions. If we don't have seen this, what's going to happen if we don't improve our education system? We're going to have a repeat in 20 years of the same thing happening again. And this links back to producing professionals across, or graduates across all professions who don't know how to accommodate disability. So this refers back to all our points are important. Disability, we can't talk about inclusion in silos, and economy is a prime example of that. It needs to be part of a blanket approach, where an inclusive approach to improving the education system, improving not only of people with disabilities, but people without disabilities. How do we include people with disabilities in the economy and everyday life and professional practice? Okay, this also hints towards re-looking and paying attention at the protective workshop system. Okay, in some cases, it's only to segregate people with disabilities who are kept in this kind of little glass ceiling. They can't progress further. And this also perpetuates the charity medical model, especially among funders. So enterprise and innovation. We need to develop finance institutions. DFIs, DTI schemes must be activated with deliberate targeting of people with disabilities, including technology innovation agency. There are some exciting funding opportunities available, but often they're not known. And this links to access to information and technology that people with disabilities, entrepreneurs can gain access to the opportunities that are there. Part of the reason is that many of the systems are not accessible. Therefore, they are difficult to work with for many people with disabilities, and all people with disabilities are excluded altogether. So we need consultation and collaboration to take place to develop accessible systems across all platforms. I'm just wondering if there's any comment from my colleagues on the area of enterprise innovation on the floor. If not, I'll carry on. Maybe a comment at the end. Okay. In terms of BBBEE, essentially this is a driving force behind transformation. However, it is fundamentally flawed with regards to people with disabilities. All or most aspects of the BBBEE cover the transformation issues of race and gender, but disability is often left out and not considered as in important areas on the same basis. And this needs to be incorporated. So we call for consultation and collaboration in this area with the disability sector to readdress this and see how it can be incorporated effectively. Okay. And then disaster management responses. We have come across, well, the COVID-19 pandemic really highlighted the inequalities inherent in our systems that discriminate against people with disabilities across all levels. And having access was proved to be a real thing. Access to move, access to medication, to healthcare, to finance, to technology, to be involved, okay? To have a say and to be part of decision-making processes at any level, and representation. So I think this also came to the fore with the recent floods that we had in KZN. So it's a bit of a typo there. And this kind of re-highlighted it. So the issue of access is really key. Greater access means ability and increased ability and opportunity to get into all areas of life. Okay, so with that, we're looking at funding. The idea was to develop a one fund, just one point I recall earlier in the funding to get with government. We wanted to refer to an earlier slide in terms of funding with stimulating the economy. In terms of fund, the idea was to develop a dedicated disability development fund where we experienced earlier that a lot of funding by government was misappropriate or misaligned with projects that were happening, or maybe funds just weren't being used. So the idea was really to consult with the sector and as the presidential working group in particular, to help guide and allocate these funds appropriately so that they don't get lost in the mainstream, so that they work effectively, and to have that fund in the same way, so the funds are appropriately used towards what the intended target is and benefit people with disabilities effectively. And finally, development is really about relationships. So while inroads have been made in some areas, currently the relationship or strong relationship between government, civil society, and the disability sector is severely lacking. We desperately need to improve these. And referring back to the targets that Mr. Boy mentioned earlier as Chief Director, and also the fact that people with disabilities need to be included from the outset and the very beginning, and the outset of summits like this, where it hasn't been the best and there has not been the required amount of consultation. We really need to work on that and be included on a constant basis. And we urgently need improvements in these areas. Okay. And so lost my mouse. We'll end it for now. Thank you very much. We're open for comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McKinney, for that comprehensive presentation. I believe that we now have a view of where we are. That is the two situational analysis from both government and from civil society organizations in terms of where we are, where do we stand in terms of the state of economic inclusion of persons with disabilities. If you can remain online, Dr. McKinney, so that we are able to invite onto the stage the EE Commission for just a panel discussion on inclusion of persons with disabilities as an intro. Let me allow that I call on stage the EE Commission, Commissioner Mvuma, to come up on stage. the South African Disability Development Trust, Mr. Mugati Muledi. Is he here? Mr. Muledi? And the NYDA Executive Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Karabo Mahali. Is she in the room? Okay. Are they online? Mr. Mugati, are you online? The AV can assist me in that regard. We don't have them online as yet. Okay. Whilst we waiting for them to just get together, maybe let me allow that we take a short break for tea, and then when we come back, we'll go straight into the panel discussion. Our tea break will take place from 20 past 11 up until 11:30. We can just grab our tea and come back into the plenary room so that we can continue. We're chasing time. Thank you very much. We'll come back by 12:30.
Give me some time.
No, I think that's unreasonable. By 20 to 12, we should be in the room seated. Thank you. with great speed. I think now we're into the summit. The momentum has caught up with us. If I can have Mr. Boy. On stage again. Online, we're going to be joined by the NYDA Executive Deputy Chairperson, a representative of the Deputy Chairperson, my apologies. The Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA is Ms. Karabo Mahali, but she will be represented. And I would appreciate if I can have also Mr. Ari Cerilis on virtual, ready, on behalf of SADA, which is the South African Disability Alliance. From Deafblind, I've got Ms. Tracy Smith, who's the acting national chairperson for South Africa, to join me on stage. And from the NCPD, I've got the Senior Manager for Social and Economic Projects, Mr. Leboham Boyaks, to also join me on stage. If virtual can confirm for me if we already have Mr. Ari Cerilis and also Dr. Vic McKinney to come back for this session. If we can be assisted from outside to get everybody into the room. Thank you very much. I'm advised that the EE Commission is not here, will not be joining us for this session now due to some unforeseen circumstance. I'm still awaiting confirmation of Mr. Mukati Muledi from the South African Disability Development Trust to join us. But we have online the South African Disability Alliance and the NYDA, and then physically we have Deafblind, and we also have NCPD and Dr. Vic McKinney. Let me take this opportunity to then welcome on stage, not necessarily on stage actually, a presentation virtually from the National Youth Development Agency. Are we ready? If we're not, can I check with SADA if we are ready online? Mr. Ari Cerilis? He's not on. And okay, then let me then run to Deafblind. I'll ask Ms. Tracy Smith, who's the acting national chairperson for South Africa, to then make a presentation to us.
Okay, so?
Ja.
Okay?
Ja.
Okay, gaan net sit.
Good morning, fellow honored guests and dignitaries. I'm Tracy Smith. I'm the acting national chairperson of Deafblind SA, and I'm here to talk about the situational analysis of unemployment amongst disabilities from perspective of Deafblind SA and organizations. So, according to Stats SA statistics on current employment as of last Wednesday, we are standing at 32.9%, which is highest under youth seeking employment. If we count in people who are economically inactive or have given up looking for work, then we are looking at 40%. This is now in general. If we take unemployment amongst disabled, it is in excess of 90%, approaching 100% in rural areas. Unemployment amongst blind people is estimated at 90%, and deaf-blind people reaching as far as 99%. Okay, disability prevalence rate, I think as we've heard previously, is 7.5%, which is 4.5 million people in SA. Of that, 7.5% women are 57% and men are 40. Women are 57 and male are 43. My math is not so good. Disability prevalence by race is African black 7.8%, colored 6.2%, Indian 6.2%, and white 6.5%. Youth, 2 million young people have disabilities, that's 3% of the population. Statistics in different groups. Mild to severe visual impairment, 11%. Mild to severe communication impairment, 5%. Hearing impairment, 3.6%. Walking and climbing stairs is 3.5%. Okay, remembering or concentration is 4.2%. Apologies. Now, self-care is 3.4%. These are the boxes that we're in, but as you know, with disability, we don't always fit so squarely into these boxes. But the reasons for the high rate of low employment is low educational levels and barriers against employing disabled people in spite of BBBEE targets laid down by government. I think lots of it stems from ignorance and lack of knowledge and prejudice. South Africa's strict labor laws does not encourage entrepreneurial employment opportunities for disabled people. Why are disabled people excluded? Is discriminatory attitudes and practices. I think, but lots of times, if you apply for jobs, people just look at your disability and assume that you can't do the work. But past ineffective labor legislation can also be a cause. Then another reason is inaccessible and unsupportive workplace and work environments. Another reason is inadequate access to information. Sometimes the information that isn't always accessible and we can't always get to the information. And I think on the other hand, employers don't always know about all the measures and the incentives to employing disabled people. Inaccessible public transport is also a barrier. Lack of skills. On average, disabled people earn a lower income than non-disabled, and at the moment, males are earning a higher income than females. People in urban areas earn a higher income than rural areas, but I think this is that is all over, not just in disability circles. Disabled people often have to resort to low-paying or unskilled jobs in spite of their qualifications. Some practical solutions to assist disabled people to be included into mainstream economy is skills improvement training with learnerships, with internships and learnerships. Another one is encourage government and private sector to fulfill their commitment to fair employment practice for disabled people according to the BBEE guidelines, and in this way include disabled people into that we all work alongside each other. To promote and support entrepreneurial job creation with assistance of proper financial support from government and private sector. Now, there is also a need for understanding diversity when it comes to empowering disabled people, and so that we can ensure that there are people who don't fall between the lines. Deaf blindness is a classic example of this, as sometimes we don't fit in with the blind because we are too deaf, or we don't fit in with the deaf because we are too blind. So sometimes we don't know, we don't always get full, we sometimes slip through the cracks. So that is our summary of where we are standing in as disability organizations in connection with job employment. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Very insightful in terms of the stats, where we stand, in terms of gender, in terms of representativity, in terms of the different disabilities. You know, it's very informative. It's information that we really have to have, because if we go into develop programs, implementation plans, these stats become very, very critical. Tracy, may I kindly request that you don't leave the stage, so that when there's a session for questions for a few minutes, then you're able to respond. Let me then ask the NCPD, Mr. Lebogang Boyak, to, oh, okay. Yes, the NCPD to actually Ms. Lebogang. Yes, Ms. Lebogang Boyak to come and make a presentation. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Lebogang Boya, and I'm from the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities. Today, I will be presenting on our Economic Development Support Program. Before I begin, I would like to introduce the NCPD to everyone. The NCPD is a non-profit organization with over 8 years of experience in the disability sector. Our vision is an all-inclusive and equitable society where the human rights of all are upheld and protected. Our mission is to advocate, lobby, and raise awareness for and with persons with disabilities in casual day, advocacy, disableism, and human rights. We have member organizations which are called Association for Persons with Disabilities in all 9 provinces. As part of our economic empowerment mandate as the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, in line with United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, National Development Plan, and other
people with disabilities in this forum today to put CIFA on the stage and ask the question, are they really in a position to empower people with disabilities to make finance available? Are all the conditions too bureaucratic and too difficult for just any person with a disability, whether they come from a rural area or relatively educated and streetwise in an urban area. It's really difficult to fill the boxes, cross the T cash flow, not our cash flow. Then, of course, I wonder if many of you have had the opportunity to see programs like Dragon's Den and Shark Tank. Many people with disabilities cannot even understand a business plan written for them by a CDAP, let alone the funder wanting to wade through 48 pages of the same old same.
That's the beauty of technology. Just bear with us. He seems to still be connecting. But whilst we're waiting for him to reconnect, perhaps let me then, an AV will alert me when he's back online so that we can give him an opportunity to complete of what needs to happen. Thank you very much. Members of the panel, we have in front, we have Mr. Prince Boy from the department who gave us the situational analysis. We have Dr. Vic McKinney still online. We also still have Mr. Aris Realist online. And we also on the floor on stage have Ms. Tracy Smith from Deaf-Blind, the presentation on the stats. And we also have the NCPD, Mele Bohang, who spoke to us about the different solutions that NCPD was able to come up with. So let me open this floor for, I'm not seeing anyone with a mic. Are the mics ready? Okay. I'm going to start, so I will direct where the mics go. Yes, and okay, thank you very much. I see the mics are both on stage and on the floor. Mr. Chabalala at the back. Straight to the matter and the possible solution.
In future, very power over different interpreters for the language. Asika ofela re utlwang sekgowa hobane o bua sekgowa se thata. Potso ya ka comment ya ka pele ya ho ntate a emetseng di-departments. Kara di-departments, the disability ntse e nkela diqeto. Mo sheba kara di-departments, o sheba bomme basha bontate ba na le boikemedi kara di-departments. Mo fihla ka ho disability a ina boikemedi ka tsela eo a re so be le sale re batho ba na le disability di-departments me di plana di-program re ntse re etsetswa ke qeto hobane mo sheba di-desk o thuwang ke tsa disability ke batho ba na le disability e bontsha gore ka hara di-department disability a e so nkelwe hlooho ke tle ho mme Lebohang wa LCPD be batla ho utlwa gore kara organization ya bona ba empowerile batho ba na le disability ba bakae le gore kara structure sa bona ba na le batho ba na le disability na le gore di-provinceng ba etsa jwang gore batho ba na le disability ba tsebe ka di-program ba na le tsona ya ho qetela be tla kwa le nthuse for bomme ba ke rata ho leboha bomme wa Dept-Blind the presentation a fanneng ka yona mo ka sheba me re tla ho Dept-Blind bana ba bangata a ba kgone ba dropa dikolong a ya ka education ba etsa jwang ho challenge education hore the issues that Dept-Blind the ba di nkele hloohong as a department of education hobane nna provinceng e ke tswang ho yona re na le bana ba bangata ba deaf blind e re sebetsang le bona dikolong a ba qeti mabaka a sheba the education haholo hore e ba teng. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chabalala. As we go to the second one at the back, on the second row. Ntate Chabalala spoke to issues around decision-making in departments, self-representation letters, and secondly, from the NCPD, how many in the structure and your footprint in provinces. And then the last one was around deaf-blind inclusion in education. You can go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Paseka Mohabi. I'm also from Free State Performing Arts. I hear that what we are talking about is employment and the learnerships. That is what I'm concerned on. Because most of the business, they can employ people with disability and also government, but they are not equipped for those people to do their job. Because you will find that people are being employed. Let's talk about people with loss of hearing. Let's talk about hearing impact. You find that there is no one who they can talk to at work. Most of the people, they are not equipped with sign language. They don't have education of sign language. You will find that we have people who are blind. They cannot read the documents because there are no machines for braille there. Let's talk about the, what is this, learnerships. CEDA is failing our people. They gave our people learnerships, but not give them their certificates so they can look for jobs. So I'm wondering, what is the use to give our people the learnerships if they are not going to do anything about them? Why are we giving them that empowerment if they are not going to do anything about it? So what I'm trying to say is, let us not work on our people with disability to do things that are not going to be able to go on and live with them because we are not equipping other people to help them with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next row.
Good afternoon, Chair of the session. My name is.
If you can move your mic close to the mouth, we can't.
My name is Tabiso Petuka. I just want to raise 2 points. The first one is that it's very interesting that government officials always set up disabled people to complain. However, we will always avoid complaining, but we always set up to complain in almost all sessions. I want to check with the DG. Unfortunately, I was slightly late. As to the role of the department in ensuring that the white paper is implemented, how are you enforcing the implementation of the white paper? Because what we are supposed to be doing now is to evaluate what have we achieved around pillar number 5 of the white paper that talks to economic empowerment, and not talk implementation. The cabinet approved the white paper with its matrix, which gave strict targets or clear targets as to what was supposed to happen from 2015 to 2019. It gives all departments, and I hope the departments that are going to be talking here, it gives them specific tasks around infusing the targets into their current APPs and making sure that as they report, because remember you also reported the United Nations around how you domesticated the convention. So we take that the white paper was assisting that. We're sitting with challenges that the employment equity has still not infused the disability target, so you're gonna sit with challenges around employment. I would challenge all departments that are here to say, indeed, we gave 7% of our 30%, of our spending, of our procurement spending to disabled people, and list those people and say, having given them 7% of the spending, this is how they were guided to make sure that they reduce economic vulnerability. And lastly, to CIFA, you see, disability has not really been costed in the country as it remains expensive. We must avoid plunging disabled people into overmashonisa, into loans, because they won't be able to repay them. They are not ready where they are. If they are ready, they still struggle to even drive that business because of the cost of disability, inaccessible public transport system, inaccessible suppliers, inaccessible everything. And we expect them to be taking loans from government. Instead of developing a fund like NYDA has, why can't we develop a fund for disabled people and say this fund will focus on developing them to be empowered, and having been developed to be empowered, we can then talk loans. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Correct.
Yes, thank you. He's emphasizing your point, Ari, that you made in the presentation, indeed. I don't see anybody in the middle row. Let's move to this row at the end. Yeah. And these are concerns and comments that are prompting us to go and think when we go into the commissions. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Program Director and Kuta in the House. Mr. Maboy, Mr. Boy, sorry. I think here you would highlighted the province that have done well and the province that hasn't done well, so that they can benchmark the others. Because we always see this situational analysis on the state of economic inclusion for persons with disability. But we don't know what's happening, meaning that we don't do the research in the country, in those 9 provinces. Meaning that it's time to this. We just playing, and we think that we are not taking us serious. On CEDA part, CEDA must do away with the age limit, because persons with disability, most, they are above 28, and they are coming with the learnership and stating that they need 18 to 28. Where will you get the 28% who will attend the learnership? And the Minister has touched the access in education for persons with disabilities. Most provinces, they don't have schools. Kids are struggling to get the education. What are they doing? Because you cannot tell me that they don't know about that challenge in the provinces. So they must intervene in this and act swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing an additional hand in this end, and I'm going to, okay, I see one in front here, and there's another last one I've identified here. I may seem like I'm stifling some of I'm limiting the interactions. I'm not. I'm allowing that certain conversations be prompted. We are also responsible to answering some of these questions as much as the panelists and the departments must respond to these questions. So we're going to go into commissions. We're still going to have an interactive session on these issues. You can go ahead, ma'am.
I'd like to say I work with the children in the country in education. But what we need, and it's taken government very long, and it's taken the disability sector very long, is social cohesion and networking. Because if we're going to sit and contemplate, I'll do this, I'll do that, it will not happen. Because, for example, a few weeks ago I was in a national meeting with social development, and it's the first time I heard that education and social development are working together in the interest of the child, which it states in the Constitution must happen. So for me, it would be a case of working together and networking together. All government departments first, because if you want to roll out a plan, you must first stand together, as the President said some time ago in a meeting. And the second is you need to get your statistics right. Because there was a lady in this meeting to protect the children that doesn't even have the statistics of the disabled children. And yet we've just done statistics of all households in the country. Just giving you an example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman at the far right of me. Thanks. I hope my panel members are ready.
Thank you, Prime Director.
And DG.
My name is Takani Masuka from Blind SA. I just want to echo what the representative of SADA, Ariselas, has highlighted with regard to the enterprise development. I think it is very much fundamental that the department, in collaboration with the BE Commission, should consider the issue of enterprise development on boosting. Because when we talk about the enterprise and supply development, is the element of BEE, one of the elements of BEE which carries majority points in terms of improving the BEE scorecards. What should be done in this regard is that the private sector should be highly involved, more especially the banks, because they would have a unit of enterprise development. What would the difficulty in this regard when it comes to the private sector to fund is that in most cases you find that they do not want to relax their conditions for persons with disabilities, and then it goes back to square one, because they would be expected to meet the conditions as just like any other person, and eventually find that no one has been funded in that regard, whereas the financial capacity is there. So my proposal would be that let us capacitate various institutions in the private sector and public sector to consider the issue of enterprise and supplier development serious, because the main challenge that we have is that persons with disabilities or SMMEs owned by persons with disabilities would end up in training programs. But when it comes to benefit from the business opportunities, that's where the challenge is. Because the fact of the matter is that we don't need training. We can't be changing from one training to another, whereas not benefiting from the business opportunities set aside by government. I think it is very much important that we must be hard when it comes to that area, so that we talk practicality when we come to the issue of SMME development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to my panel members to attend to the questions. I've noted all the concerns. Where you may have missed, I will gladly guide. The first question was around decision-making, self-representation for government departments from Dr. Chabalala. Let me go to NCPD 1. How many in structure and provinces? Your footprint in provinces.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So the national office, which is in Edenvale, has 33 permanent employees, and of the 3315 are persons with disabilities. And with the national footprints, we have, like I said, we have APDs in all 9 provinces, and sometimes it's more than one in a province. So would have, for example, in Cape Town, APD Western Cape, and then would have APD Cape Town, and so forth. We're available on social media. You can reach us just by Googling. I don't know if that helps, or you can come to me and then I'll give you the contact details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a question to deafblind about inclusion in education. The inclusivity of or inclusion of children who are deaf, belong to the deafblind community within education. I think it's more, yeah. You can go ahead, Tracy. It's okay.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Just to note that we are busy working on a position paper. We have an education task team working on a position paper which we would like to then work together with the Department of Education to then make sure that deafblind people do actually get enough access to education and do not get misplaced and fall through the cracks.
Okay, any addition from my virtual panelists? Is there an addition in terms of response? Okay, I'm not getting a prompt.
Program Director,
Yes, Ari?
requesting a response from that particular question or from what was gathered from the floor?
Yeah, I'm just soliciting any comment you may be having in case from the questions that were asked from the floor.
Thank you. I would like an opportunity just to say one more thing, please.
Yes.
First of all, I was remiss to forget to mention that I think it's extremely valuable that we, the disability sector, find a way of gathering a coordinated database of all the businesses, at least 51% owned by black persons with disabilities. That's very important. There are too many small databases by all of us trying to create our own database, and there's various business chambers of people with disabilities. We really need a national database, and then that database can be marketed or presented to business to say, look, there's a verified database. And second of all, I'm not embarrassed to say this, but there are many organizations of people with disabilities that spend their life on social media. It's not how you present yourself. It's not what you say. It's what you do that counts. So we amongst us, we must also be sure that we don't dance around social media and do nothing else. That we must get our hands dirty and make sure that our members or our beneficiaries are empowered. Not just Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all these fancy things that we see, logos and photographs.
Thank you very much. Dr. Vic, any input?
Thanks, just to echo again what Ari has been saying, as well as, and also what Trace was saying earlier about there's so many people who are falling between the cracks, especially in other provinces who are poor, like the Northern Cape and Eastern Cape. We are finding people, in villages and things who aren't even on the health register in the local districts. So we really want to promote, I think, just to everyone in the floor, anybody who's involved with the government, just get involved, find out about disability, learn more about the subtleties. As Ari was saying, how it's hard to fill in a form online. We need accessibility in terms of that. We need to understand the capacity of people with disabilities, whatever their background is, we need to have a better understanding of the lived experience and what is difficult at a practical level to really understand, to come up with solutions, instead of thinking we know what we know is right for them. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. DG, there was a question for the DWYPD. I would appreciate perhaps that you join us on the, are you comfortable? Yes, thank you, DG. There was a question around the enforcing the implementation of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, inclusion into APPs, inclusion into APPs for the DG specifically that was asked. So let me give DG an opportunity, but we'll also be adding on others.
Thank you. Again, I want to say what I said earlier on. The fact that we're sitting here and discussing, for me, it's 100% achievement. I'm so happy because we have to talk. But also, as a department, I always say, we are not experts in all areas. You are experts, so it's important for you to help us to be able to achieve what you want. But to respond to the questions, yes, the department analyzes the APPs of ministers and of directors general to look at whether they have incorporated or they've mainstreamed women, youth, and persons with disabilities. On the issue of the white paper, we compiled, we sent out questionnaires and compiled a report that we present to Cabinet on the implementation of the white paper. And we are aware there are challenges. So we present the findings to Cabinet. And if there's one thing that you need to know is that the President is serious about this. He asked the ministers, he would ask, if we say these departments are not implementing, he would ask them, but I agree with you that that is not enough because people continue still not implementing. But you will remember that last year we had a summit with, in partnership with the Department of Basic Education on access to education for children with disabilities. It was the department that compelled basic education that we host that summit. And that summit resulted in them looking at even reviewing their commitments, because I think they had a white paper on access to education which was even coming to expire without them implementing it. So as a department, we are meeting with them. The Secretariat of the Presidential Working Group on Disability meets with them. Now we are here on the economic empowerment. Some of the departments that would have wanted to be here, they may not be here, but you know that most departments in the economic cluster are here. When they hear what you are saying and they are challenged, it's another way of compelling them. But also the President will be here tomorrow, he will hear what your challenges are. The other one that we wanted to host is the one on transport, a summit on access to transport. We are going to push so that you have it, because we believe that access to transport is important for access to work, access to health, access to so many things. So they also have to comply with what the white paper say they must do. So we are working with them, but we think it's not enough. As a department, I think we took over, Putti started in late 2020. Between 2021 and 2022, I think you can agree with us that there is little improvement. We're trying to push people, and also we're consulting with you. We're always reporting to you. We agree that the white paper, not all government departments are implementing, but we're working on it. We're forcing them to ensure that they implement. Thank you. I don't know if there was any other.
No, thank you, DG. I think you covered the area you were requested to respond on. There was an issue around cost of disability loans. I want to reserve the questions for SIFA so that when they do, because they are going to make a presentation here, and the matters that were raised around SIFA and SIDA are actually the basis of their presentation. So they are going to speak to us about that so that we know what is in that space and the issues that they've raised there. There was, I think, comments around social cohesion and networking. those were comments, we have noted them, and also proposals that government departments need to talk to one another, and even organizations need to foster social cohesion and networking. The issue of private sector involvement, and which is a value chain matter, from skills to businesses, so that the value chain is able to continue and not limit persons with disabilities to remain at skills level, and they end up not employed or not being gainfully employed, actually, with the skills that they have possessed. There was an issue of an age limit, which I think CEDA will attend to in their presentation, around the threshold, that the 18 to 28 around learnerships. And perhaps it will be important when you respond, CEDA, to actually define learnership so that the issue of age is understood. From DWYPD, I want to add to what DG was saying. I always say to persons with disabilities everywhere we meet that we have got an added advantage. Within the 40% threshold for women, there are women with disabilities. Within the 30% threshold, the economic threshold that the President has pronounced on for youth, we have got young men and young women with disabilities. So they benefit within that too. And we also have the 7% threshold for persons with disabilities. So if you calculate, you will find that we actually have an advantage that we're able to be cross-cutting. It's a question of inclusion that we really need to deal with and ensure that the data is disaggregated to reflect that. Sector. Ntate Chabalala raised an issue on self-representation, repositioning, empowerment. When we go to provinces, one of the key things that we do is to ensure that we meet with provincial disability organizations of and for persons with disabilities. We are still making the call. Let's strategize. Let's ensure that we participate in the disability forums and participate in the sector-specific disability forums, because we are making government departments to establish, in line with their stakeholder engagement and management strategy, disability forums. Transport need to have a disability forum for planning, for execution, and for everything. You need to be there. You're an important stakeholder for us to ensure disability mainstreaming. DTIC, all the departments, they need to have disability forums. Those are the engagements. On inclusive education, we are winning. I sit with the Presidential Working Group on Disability and other disability organizations in an inter-provincial disability forum that is looking broadly at inclusive education in all provinces. That was not there before. It's a resolution of the Inclusive Education Summit, and it's happening. Currently, they are reviewing full schools to become fully inclusive schools. There is that process that is undergone. Members are here to attest to that. So we are trying our level best as the Department of Women to also monitor, to evaluate, and to ensure that we assist departments to really strengthen their coordinating mechanisms. So just to respond to the issue of disability forums, but we have got to be organized and we must be united as a sector. Let me just pause there. Those are some of the inputs that you'll also engage on as we go into the commissions. Tate Boy, there was a question that was asked specifically to you around issues of mainstreaming.
Oh yeah, no, thanks. Am I audible?
Not yet.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think there was 2 or 3 questions, but I'll start with the first one. The first one was really around what is our mainstreaming approach or strategy vis-a-vis our presence in provinces. Are there provinces which perhaps are doing well according to our own assessment, and which one are those maybe that will benefit those which are here to get some sense of good practice? My response to that is that we work through premier's offices into provinces. And our experience is that 2 provinces, like your Gauteng and KZN, probably are a little bit ahead in terms of mainstreaming, be it on the issues of preferential procurement. And one, when you do the deep stick analysis, I think they are really assisted because they've got a strategy that they're implementing, which is called the Township and Rural Economy Revitalization. So indeed, there are targets there. And I think on the national kind of average, when you look into those provinces, there is some sort of dent, and they're moving towards the right direction. So I think therefore we should be able to tease further information around that when we break into commissions. The other issue which was raised, I think the DG dealt with that quite well. Then the last one was a proposal or recommendation to then say, in our role of coordinating or coordination and facilitation as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, can we perhaps also use our cloud to influence the B Commission, which is an agency or an institution that operates under the DTIC, to ensure that within the codes of good practice, somehow we emphasize and institutionalize enterprise supplier development so that B companies which are disability owned can be advanced through that level or leg of the scorecard. And the third one, again, I think it came as a proposal that as a Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, we should welcome. And again, it's really about directing us to then say, can we maybe perhaps play a prominent role in terms of coming up with a database? It could be national, but also which could also be regionalized, which is constituted of disability-owned companies, those which are 51 plus owned, so that therefore we deal once and for all with the excuse whereby when procurement has to happen, then we hear things like, we cannot find such companies. And I was just like in debriefing the DG here next to me, and I think it's a role that basically we're going to apply our minds on it. I will certainly hand over to the DG. I'm sure she does have a final word, I don't know.
Yes, you can hand over to DG.
Okay, thank you. About the enterprise and supplier development program, that is critical because there is also funds. There are funds that are specifically dedicated to enterprise and supplier development, whether it be by the CIBD or other institutions. So that would be easy for us as a department to be able to focus on that. And I agree, because in order for you to be able to participate, they need to empower you. In order for you to be able to submit a proposal that is according to what they want, they have to train you to say, this is how we want the proposal. But also, I believe that there is no area in government where persons with disabilities cannot contribute. So we will be able to contribute. Also with the issue of the database, yes, we will look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Tracy, can I check with you if there's an input you'd want to make? Generally based on what was raised on the floor also? If there's any comment, any input, yeah.
No, I don't think I have any comments. Just to say that that database would be a brilliant thing if we can get that going.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close this session here. I think our minds are prompted and gotten us ready to be able to go into commissions and engage further on the discussions, especially on issues that have been raised. But I want to alert CEDA and CIFA and the departments that are going to present to look at the issues that have also been raised in here regarding issues of loans and grants, issues of requirements, because they cut across, issues of requirements for approvals to be granted whenever applications are made. Also issues of the age limit when it comes to learnerships, and issues of learnerships versus jobs. I hope you have noted those inputs, colleagues. Without further ado, let me thank my wonderful panel, and I'm sure you can agree that they've given us a lot of information, they've empowered us with quite a lot and given us a view of where we are as persons with disabilities with regard to issues of the economy in the country, both from the civil society angle, but also from the government department's angle. Thank you very much, and much appreciation. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to call on stage the Department of Transport, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Department of Employment and Labor, the Department of Small Business Development, SARS, DSEC, DCDT and DHET. Let me allow Transport, DALRAT, DEL, DSBD to come on stage, DSEC to come on stage, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and also DCDT to come on stage. And thereafter, I will ask that SARS and DHET join us, and SIFA. But we also have online NYDA. They've been prompting me to say they are also online. I'm going to start with them. If they are ready. Their presentations will be straight to the point. We're not going to give keynote speeches. What is there is in store for us as persons with disabilities in these departments, and how are the modalities of accessing that which is available. We really need to know. And also to note that whilst I'm waiting for the NYDA online, I'm just making this last call because they've indicated that they are online. Just also to indicate that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is not necessarily part of the economic cluster, but we, through a program that we're running as a department, also in partnership with the department and collaborating with them, we realize that our artists with disabilities need to be on board and be familiar with the funding and packages and initiatives and opportunities that arts and culture provides. So hence they are here. It's a very important component that we have to promote our artists with disabilities in all fields. NYDA, is it online?
I'm online and I'm ready.
Yes, you can go ahead, ma'am. Thank you very much. You can introduce yourself and then proceed.
All right, thank you so much. May the audience please accept the humblest apology from the Office of the Executive Deputy Chairperson, who was unfortunately double booked for this event, and thus we could not have a replacement in time to form part physically of the event. My name is Morongwa Mutiba. I am currently on site and there's very low bandwidth, so I hope you will appreciate my humble request for you to allow me to continue without flighting the video. I thank all the presentations that have been made before us, and I stand on existing protocol as I initiate some of the things that we have achieved or we have initiated at the National Youth Development Agency with regards to targeting real and achievable solutions for people living with disability and who are young. We differentiate the National Youth Development Agency as a place of work, and thus as a place that has to have employment equity initiatives with regards to building an inclusive workplace for people living with disability. as well as a development finance institution and agency that enables young people who are living with disability to be able to tap into our economic programs. As part of the workplace solutions, what we have done is that we have formed several committees that ensure that each agency program and business unit includes people living with disability. And that as and when we are doing shortlisting for posts, advertising for posts, their representation is always incorporated within the decision-making spectrum of the design of the work, as well as the shortlisting of the talented individuals to find work within our workplace. What we've also done is that traditionally we only used to have entrepreneurship training and development programs that were physical. And some of our colleagues have indicated that we would be able to reach more young people throughout the country and have geographic impact should we go online. And that a lot of people living, a lot of young people with disability would be able to gain access to our programs and our grant programs, as well as our training initiatives as we take them online. Unfortunately, what we have not done successfully is the monitoring and implementation statistically in terms of the numbers we're able to reach online as opposed to the physical programs. But we have not removed the physical programs. They are still ongoing. We have just increased our reach with regards to the online programs. We have also partnered with Calvin Ratladi, who is a SAFTA artist, into bringing a very innovative program with the Huta Institute that will be launched in February in South Africa for young people with disability and who are artists that want to gain a global platform and have access to market in that regard. The Office of the Executive Deputy Chairperson has pioneered a program called My Ability in partnership with the United Nations Global Compact, where we are reaching out to our various retailers and wholesalers for dedicated initiatives within their supply chains that are targeting particularly youth-owned businesses and youth-owned businesses owned by people with disability in particular. I'm actually quite grateful to have met online Mr. Ari Cerilis and have heard his presentation and plea for a national database, because that is one of the key elements that will be able to help us to unlock as well as to monitor the progress that we'll be making through this initiative. It will also be able to ensure that we do not duplicate our efforts and we streamline and synchronize all the things that we intend to do and are doing in a much better way. It will give numbers, it will give faces to the initiatives that we are developing. In that regard, I have been requested and designated by the Office of the Chairperson to share a link with the participants that you have invited, Chief Puti, if you would allow that, though all those participants who are currently part of the platform and who are advocating as well as championing the interests of young people with businesses living with who have disabilities, to put their details on the link so that we can be able to access them for our workshop trainings and be able to distribute information regarding the My Ability pilot program of the Office of the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA board as and when it grows and increases its reach. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I liked what you said earlier about people with disability being able to access programs dedicated for women, programs dedicated for youth, and programs that are dedicated specifically for them. So you must just know that everything that we're doing, we are trying our best to be able to ensure that we are building an inclusive economy and breaking the bias. But we don't have all the answers, and we do invite you to bring us some of the solutions that you feel will be better reaching to people, to the community. Please note that my email address is morongwamutiba nyda.gov.za. If my name is flattered on the screen, it is spelled morongwa@nyda.gov.za. And you would know that legally we are mandated to only have a threshold of 18 to 35. So please, anyone outside those peripheries, you're welcome to go to see that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Morongwa. Thank you so much, NYDA, for that presentation. Let me then allow the Department of Employment and Labor, represented by Mr. Sam Murotoba, to come forth and make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I don't know if you received my presentation for BIMI. Okay, the presentation will be circulated. I'll run through it quickly. I think the first issue that we wanted to bring to our attention is that we have 13 factories that employ people with disabilities. The majority of our staff members are now young people. We produce goods ranging from linen, wood, that is executive desks, school furniture, and we also produce steel. The clientele is mainly government department, and we also have partnerships with a number of private organizations. We have had challenges during COVID because we had to protect employees and let them work on rotation, and the sales have not been that great, but we are having some partnerships with provinces that are doing quite a lot to sustain these factories. The second intervention area is around subsidy scheme for people with disabilities. Now, this is a scheme where we advertise for a 3-year period. We appoint organizations that employ people with disabilities, and as the department, we partner with the Social Development Department. We pay a subsidy of 1,800. The Social Development pays their subsidy, and we also expect the company from the proceeds of their sales to top up to people with disabilities. And we have 9 organizations. We're looking at scaling up. In total, the scheme is benefiting about 943 people, which we believe is still not sufficient, and we are hoping to increase that. In the I've got figures that indicates the amount of money we spend in the first year, second year, and third year. You'll get that from the presentation. The third one that I wanted to talk about is the intervention that we provide from the compensation fund because of the occupational injuries and diseases that we experience in various workplaces. We run the rehabilitation scheme to promote the reintegration of injured workers into employment. And we make sure that we provide a number of services ranging from assistive devices, pension funds, bursaries to children of those who got injured or died in employment. And we run various training programs in partnership with a number of organizations to rehabilitate or to empower those who have been injured and cannot easily reintegrate to go back into employment. In the last year, we had more than 185 people participating in the training program, where we spent 11.1 million, and in the vocational incubation we had 59 participants, where we spent 15 million. I just wanted to, in conclusion, share with you, Program Director and colleagues, we participated in the G20 currently under the Indonesian presidency. Next year's presidency will be India. And one of the themes we participated in because of the work that we are doing was around the disability. Now, there are two sets of things that maybe we can consider during our sessions. Firstly, in the key areas that we have looked at was around the strengthening of public employment services to continue support to people with disability, availability and access to higher education. I think, Program Director, you mentioned that we're making inroads. Support by both public and private sector on the recruitment of people with disability. I know that the Chief Director talked about our role in enforcing adherence to employment equity legislation. We are still not doing good because companies simply budget for not meeting the targets of women, people with disability, and there is a process to amend legislation so that we can make those fines to be very, very high, even though there's resistance. The other area was to promote entrepreneurship and opportunities for people with disability, ensuring access of people with disability to adequate, comprehensive social protection, because this should not be neglected and that we only rely on the social grant. Whilst they are working, social protection is very important. Promoting effective and anti-discrimination policies in the workplace. You will know that as the Department of Labor, we produce codes against discrimination in the workplace, and I think this is very important. Encouraging public and private sector to provide reasonable adjustment for people with disability in the workplace. We have not achieved this, and some continue to cite it as a reason for not employing people with disabilities. Developing the necessary legal and technical frameworks to support workers who have family members with disabilities, because in some cases, unless we have got support systems to family members with disabilities, other countries have pointed out that you may find a person with disability not coping in employment, and we've seen it in the factories that we run. Incorporating specific employment support measures aimed at people with disability in comprehensive care programs, and ensuring the occupational health and safety policies are inclusive and tailored to the needs of people with disabilities. We have also agreed on an action plan that is going to be monitored as member states, and we are going to be drawing on from the Department of Women, People, Youth and People with Disability to report in this area, and we're looking forward to this collaboration because we also have to report on the labor sector. There are 4 areas that we agreed to for monitoring. The first one is around employment indicator, and it has got sub-indicators. The first one is disability gap in employment rate, unemployment rate, and hiring rate. So every country will be assessed on that. On the job quality indicator, we'll be looking at disability gaps in the earning, in the low pay sector, in the temporary work, in the informal work, in managerial and leadership position. In the social protection and poverty indicator, we will be looking at disability gap in receipt of social protection benefits and gap in poverty rate. On the skills indicator, we'll be looking at disability gap in low education, higher education, and the need that is people with disability, youth, women, and adults not in employment, education, and training. So those will be things that we'll be looking at, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The one thing that I want us to agree on, as the presentations from departments are coming, repositioning of ourselves as a sector. If you are dealing with issues of labor, the Disability Forum in the Department of Labor has got to be active so that you are able to participate in those opportunities. If it's not active, we're not going to be able to reach what we want to achieve. The same with youth development. The disability, the youth with disabilities that are already in the youth machinery need to be more organized, united, and strengthen the Disability Forum so that you are able to interact with youth matters with the NYDA. So it's very critical that we take this away from here. Now, you can see some of the packages that have been spoken to here. Did you know about them? No. Now we know. Things are happening, and we need to seize the opportunity. Without further ado, let me ask the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to come on stage. Mebutsele.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. Minister, good morning, Director General. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, it is afternoon. You can see I just woke up. I'm still awake. I have requested for our presentation to be flagged so that we could actually share together what I'm going to be talking to. Just bear with me 1 minute. Is it ready? Okay, apologies. Is it? You see, I have just put in new eyes, so I will trust that I'll be able to read it. Good morning, afternoon. My name is Elda Mchiza. I am the Chief Director responsible for conditional grants as well as blended finance scheme in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I'm going to be sharing with you the 3 programs that we are managing in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. This is the CASP, Elima Letsema, and Blended Finance Scheme. Oh, okay, let's check. Thank you. I can see that. We are going to talk to the CASP, which we use as an acronym, which stands for the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. And I'm going to be telling you about the Elima Letsema program, as well as the Blended Finance Scheme. CASP was introduced in 2004, so it's really been a long time that we have started this program, and it resulted in trying to close the gaps that were created when the Agriculture Credit Board was closed out. Within the agricultural space, farmers used to receive funding in the form of loans, but there was also an agricultural credit board which then provided those farmers who were not able to access loan, some cheap loans and some grants so that it assists in their development, and once they are developed, they then are able to move on to loans. But with the closure of the agriculture credit board, it then happened that the new farmer, which became the beneficiaries of land reform post-1994, then did not necessarily have any support to assist them in developing their lands, and hence the development of the program called the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. In as much as we were advancing land and distributing it to beneficiaries, land alone as an asset would not be productive if the means to making it productive were absent. And we were also aware that the new farmer, which is a new black farmer, entering the mainstream of the agricultural sector without any supports, were actually being set up to fail. And that is the essence of this program called CASP and all other support programs that the department has started. So this conditional grant CASP is provided to farmers through provincial departments of agriculture. So do not come to me. I'm sitting at national department. We have 9 provincial departments in all provinces of agriculture. So they are the point of entry for you to receive this grant. The aim of the grant is to create a favorable and supportive agricultural services environment for the farming sector, particularly for subsistence producers, smallholder producers, and commercial black farmers within strategically identified commodities. We have completed now the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which then outlines the commodities that we have completely identified as strategic and key drivers of the economy. As I stand today, I'm actually proud to demonstrate that agriculture indeed is a game changer. We have reported a growth of about 19%. So we are really taking and boosting the South African economy. It is an important sector to participate in. The purpose of this grant is to provide an effective support, promote and facilitate agricultural development by targeting beneficiaries of land reform, restitution, and all other black producers who have acquired land privately. We do support farmers on communal land and any other enterprise that is value adding. If you are able to demonstrate to us that you can even plant on a tree or in a plastic, we can support you as long as you are producing food. We are also using the grant to revitalize colleges of agriculture into centers of excellence. We have about 10 colleges. There are 11 actually. Gadi is nationally and all other provinces are sitting with the colleges of agriculture. So skill becomes an important factor if you want to really succeed in agriculture, and you are welcome to go there. The training could actually be provided free of charge because it is funded through this conditional grant. So those are also some of the areas you could approach for you to gain the skill in agriculture to be able to run successful enterprises. The objective of this CASP, it has 3 main important objectives that we are wanting to achieve. On the economic front, we are expecting the grant to assist in producing higher levels or a high level of productivity, efficiency, create on-farm and off-farm jobs, increase income for farmers, create wealth, and improve rural economies. As the positive impacts of CASP on the agricultural sector gain momentum, we are hoping that the successful performance of the program would also attract additional funding, which would then be injected into enterprises that we have supported, hoping that we would then reverse inequalities because we would be having more black farmers participating in the sector. On the far right, I have just demonstrated that we did an impact study and we wanted to see to what extent have we reached the objectives of this program, and it demonstrated that indeed the jobs that were created after farmers received the grant were actually increased. But what was more important was that when we came back to do the impact assessment, those jobs were still continuing on farms and the incomes improved of the owners of the farms. On the social benefit, we are hoping that household food security would be improved, reducing poverty and improving rural livelihood. In terms of the environmental benefits, we have a lot of training that we do to our farmers on how best to conserve the land and produce food safe, taking care of the land. So we are hoping that it would promote ecologically sustainable farming enterprises even for generations to come. When we did the impact study, we realized that 40 to 57% of beneficiaries of the program indicated that their food security has improved because now they're able to run effective and efficient enterprises. But one of the key weaknesses was that we were weak in promoting commercialization, and hence the introduction of some of the programs like the blended finance scheme that I'm going to share with you. We are delivering CASP on, in terms of pillars. We support on and on-farm infrastructure. So if you need a farmhouse, okay, we don't do farmhouses through CASP, but we would do a pack house, we would do fencing, we would provide with irrigation infrastructure, all infrastructure related to agriculture you can get from CASP. We do training of farmers, we assist with mentorship, we pay for market and business development on farms, we expose our farmers to markets, what markets want, we train them on how to take care of their chemicals, and we assist them with the certification as well to allow them to be able to access real local market, formal market, international markets. So we are targeting the hungry because we spoke about subsistence producers being supported for household consumption. We are supporting previously disadvantaged farmers, entrepreneurs, youth, women, and persons with disability. Now we have targets now that we have built into the framework lately. We are targeting 50% women, 40% young people, and 6% people living with disability. What the DPME study showed us was that only 15% of the beneficiaries of the program were youth, and less than 3%, 0.3% were people with disabilities. So it is really still zero, and I'll show you how far we have come. Ilema Letsema, when we realized that we were providing infrastructure, we started the program now in 2008. After giving them the infrastructure, then what? They needed to produce their food and they needed a startup capital. So we then realized that it is important that you then provide support for inputs as well as support for mechanization. So this is primarily what Ilema Letsema focuses on. It assists us to reduce poverty through increased food production initiatives. How to access CASP Ilema Letsema? I indicated that the funding, you won't be able to see what is here, but the funding is in provinces. We allocate the funding per province. I'm just thinking I should actually have shown you how much money lies in there, but for the current financial year, we have about 1.5 billion that is distributed to all 9 provinces to support farmers. So products and services that you receive there, as I indicated, is on-farm infrastructure, is training, skills development, mentorship support, marketing and business development, information and knowledge management. We do strengthen extension support so that extension officers are able to reach farmers, so you get extension and advisory services funded also by the grant. Who may apply? All farmers, all black farmers, as long as you have evidence that you own the land or you have leased the land. Without land, you can access the grant CASP and Ilema Letsema. So how you apply, you just go through your local agricultural office or your local district office in the province, and the extension officer will come on your land, look and assess the land, bring in additional expertise to determine the needs, work with you, guide you, develop a business plan for you, put your plan into the provincial plan, and they would submit that plan to national, which comes to us, and we hear what has been approved. We look in terms of the targets that needs to be achieved, and we then approve the plan of the province, which then gets implemented. And I'm not proud to say we have not really done much in accessing the people with disabilities. You'll see the results at the end. Blended finance scheme is a new scheme. We piloted it in 2018 through the Land Bank. We quickly learned lessons and quickly made a review, and Minister Didiza relaunched it in 2021 through the IDC. And we had the second launch where we introduced the second bank, Land Bank, which was launched now on the 24th of October 2022. I'm working on finalizing the agreements with the private banks very soon. I'm hoping before the end of this financial year. As you know, financial years of government ends in March. That minister will be able to announce the private banks that would then be able to finance farmers through blended finance scheme. What is this blended finance scheme? This is a scheme where the government provides a loan, a grant, and the banks brings in a loan. So we collaborate to support farmers. It is intended to help you with one of the biggest challenges, which is lack of collateral. It also is able to lessen the burden in terms of repayment of the debt and strengthen your balance sheet on day one as you start implementing. So the grant portion that is included in the fund that you would have received is not repayable, and you cannot access it on a standalone. It has to be paired with a loan. That is why your application must first be approved by the bank. In as much as the grant is not repayable, to ensure that farmers really exercise some level of discipline, we have put in some terms and conditions for the grant so that we ensure that best agricultural practices, compliance with the approved business plan and so on is achieved. The goal of the scheme is to support commercialization. I indicated earlier on to say when we did the impact study on CASP, we realized that we really were weak in commercializing black farmers. So this is now trying to accelerate the commercialization of black producers. We are also hoping to enhance production and agro-processing and make sure that there's a deliberate mainstreaming of black producers in the sector and transform the sector. We want to accelerate redistribution because we are supporting acquisitions of land. So many of you might be asking yourself, how am I going to access land? Blended finance is the answer. You can acquire land through blended finance. We are hoping to grow the economy, create sustainable employment, and eradicate poverty. Our mission is really very simple. We want to mainstream black producers into the sector who are owning and controlling the value chain. We think that if the current picture continues, it is not sustainable because the excellent black, white commercial farmers that are assisting us with food security would actually be challenged when government fails to transform the sector, not through their own fault, but because we really have failed to introduce and support commercial black producers into the sector. The scope of funding, I indicated we would use it for acquisitions of primary agricultural land. The viable commercial enterprises would be considered. It really has to be viable. Support existing operations for expansion. There are farmers already on the land and they are not fully utilizing the land. So you can approach a bank, land bank at this point, an IDC, to expand your production. You can access it for purchasing of equipment, for infrastructure development on your farm. We do finance working capital, production loan, and we also subsidize insurance. 6% of the grant would subsidize insurance so that when stuff happens, because agriculture is always exposed to environmental elements, you do not necessarily lose the production on your farm. What is actually most important is that leases people with leasehold can actually access blended finance. But when you are having a lease, the lease must be equal or more than the term of loan that is going to be advanced to you. So this is a huge milestone that we have managed to achieve and agree with the banks. Which are the commodities? It's a whole list of them in the agricultural processing master plan that are being supported, from poultry to red meat to white meat to cannabis and so on. Who qualifies? All South Africans, as long as you are black managed. If it is joint ventures, 60% is black, 40% is white. Enterprises must make sure that 10% of profits after tax is enjoyed by workers, because we are also trying to address poverty. And we know that the most vulnerable are your workers on farms. We have youth, women, people with disabilities. In our economic benefit criteria, there are targets for the people with disability, which is 6%. So if we make a judgment of all participating partners, which is the banks, in terms of how well they have supported women, we would want to see of all the people they have advanced the funding to, 50% of them are women, 40% of them are youth, and 6% of them are people living with disabilities. If you are 60 years old, you are able to come, but proof of a successor is important. Then I'm coming to the qualifying criteria. It's really around sustainability of the business, support of the commodities prioritized. It is accessed in all provinces. We support startups, expansions, greenfields, brownfields, and as I had indicated, the transformation indicator of 60%, 40% for JVs is also important. The minimum requirements is really what the banks here would want, the ID, proof of address, and you'll know all those. We have a pamphlet that we did not bring to this meeting, but we can always make available to assist you. This information also includes some of the information that you may want to include in your business plan if you were to ask. Then what I'm showing here is, this is how we have categorized farmers in South Africa. We have subsistence producers. A subsistence producer for us is a farmer who produces for household consumption. If they were to sell, they are not making a turnover of above 50,000 per annum. And then a smallholder makes a turnover of 50,000 per annum to up to $1 million turnover per annum. A smallholder is someone who produces for household consumption, but he is also selling to the market, and he has huge aspirations to produce commercially. And then we have medium commercial farmers who are producing a turnover of above 1 million per annum, but they are just below 10 million per annum. And then any farmer who's making a turnover of 10 million per annum and above, we categorize him as large scale. Now, why this is important, it shows you also in terms of the products that we have in terms of financing the sector in the department. Your CASP is largely used for your subsistence and smallholder. And the minute you reach a turnover of $1 million or just above 500,000, the banks are able to finance you. Then you can access blended finance scheme. So if you have not yet made a turnover of $1 million per annum or of 500,000 per annum, you then know that you are not yet a beneficiary for blended finance scheme. I'm about to finish. I can see the program director is really worried about time. Sorry about that, Madam Program Director. This is really just to show you how much money we can give you. If you are a smallholder, we can give you maximum of 15 million grant. If you are medium scale, we can give you maximum of 30 million grant. If you are large scale, maximum of 50. We can't exceed 50 million per transaction. And we have indicated the caps also in terms of land acquisition and the caps in terms of production support. This is the most important slide for yourselves. This is all people living with disabilities. I was sitting there as I was listening to your questions, and I quickly went into our annual reports for CASP and Ilimalizima to see how we have performed. For 2019-20, we achieved 0.3% of people living with disability supported against the total number of farmers that we supported in that financial year, which was 89,000. So the 0.3% of people living with disability was 287 people living with disabilities. In 2020, we dropped to 0.2%. This was the COVID year of people living with disabilities. Only 57,000 farmers were supported or benefited from the program, and only 93 were people living with disabilities. And in 2021, we are also reflecting performance of provinces. You will see Northern Cape, Western Cape, and Northwest, they are really struggling in reaching people with disabilities, although the rest is still below 0%, below 1%, but at least something is happening there. In 2021, which was last year, you can see a slight improvement. We are almost getting to 1% at 0.4%. And remember, our target, I said, is 6%. And I said, we only support farmers on land. Whether you are a person with disability or not, you should have access to land. And I think those becomes the issues around how then do you get assisted to access the land so that you can be assisted to access the supports. This was Ilimalizima. CASP, 0.3% in 2019. 2020, 0.3%. You'll see we are really sitting with the same beneficiaries in my view. And a slight improvement last year, we are all half of 1% at 0.5%. And this is talking to 28 people with disabilities, 27 people with disabilities, and 54 people with disabilities. So why is it that we are struggling to reach the 6%? As I indicated, we really need targeted and deliberate interventions that would know, and maybe we need to collaborate with people with disability organizations so that we understand their level of readiness to and their level of interest in the agricultural sector, because it's not necessarily an easy sector. It really needs passion and love and dedication and hard work. Currently, our grant framework is talking to 6%, so in terms of policy, we are covered. You stated it's there. The challenge is how then do you reach this 6%? So we will hope that you will deliberate on that and give us some pointers on what is it that we need to do as a department to improve our 0.5% to 6%. Thank you very much.
Elder, my apologies for having called you Mebutile. My mind is going away. Maybe it's hunger. But safe to say, and it's good that it's issues of food security that you were unpacking here, but safe to say, what does this say? These are not matters of jack of all trades, ne? What she's talking about is talking to farmers. Farmers with disabilities, not wish list of wanting to own a farm to have parties. Farmers, people who are serious about ensuring food security for our country, people who know how to plant carrots from their backyards, and then we support them.
I forgot the most important part is that we have about 20 farmers living with disability in the house, and maybe they can just stand up. Thank you.
Yes, there are 20 farmers with disabilities that the Department of Agriculture has ensured they bring. And one of them is Busiso from Mpumalanga. I know you know him. He's right there at the back. Yeah. Farmers. Farmers. People who have attempted to plant carrots at home in a small patch. That's where farming starts. Please, not us who wish to plant 1 hectare and who have not been trusted with just a small centimeter of onions at home. So I'm saying this because it goes back to us being specialists in the sectors and the areas, and even the disability forums that are going to interact with a department like agriculture. My apologies. Sorry about that. Okay, we're not in danger. We will assist one another just now. Thank you. But also for all of us to be specialists in our areas. If you're in the arts, be in the disability forum of the arts. If you're in labor, do the same. If you're in agriculture and land issues, do the same. Right. I'm going to amend and adjust my program as we go. I know that we're very hungry. We would want to have lunch. And my panelists, please bear with me. We're going to come back to the plenary room, but I'm going to request that we break for lunch. We are going to break for lunch, and lunch is going to be served in the restaurant. So you go past the exhibition area. There's a wonderful, beautiful, accessible restaurant that we're going to have lunch at, all of us. Secondly, I also, before, as we go to the lunch, want to request that we have brought a bus through the Department of Transport to demonstrate accessible public transport. There was mention of that we need to have access to proper transportation. Now, there's a bus from the city of Ekurhuleni that they've brought outside, and would want you to have an experience. So do us a big favor. As some are walking to the restaurant, those that have gone on board the bus and felt how it is, I would strongly request that in the next 15 to 20 minutes, we also make our way to the bus that is parked outside the registration point, and just go and see that bus and experience what we mean by an accessible bus, because we have got public transport that's being rolled out, Borea Vaya, Borea what, you know, all of them. So they need to be accessible. So that's a model of what an accessible public transport bus should look like. Fellow panel members, we're going to come back at 2:45. We are going to assemble back into this plenary, and then we are going to receive further instructions from that session. Let's break for lunch, and as we make our way to the bus and others make their way to the restaurant, those that will make their way to the restaurants are the ones that have been to the bus. So let's do so. Have a nice lunch, enjoy. I know you have got information overload, but it is what it is. As economists, as entrepreneurs, we need this information. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch. One of the things we must teach people is to be business-like. When we agree on time, they must come on time because money waits for no man. Money waits for no man. If you are meeting capital and they say 3 o'clock, you must be there at 3 o'clock. 3:05, they are gone, and the money goes, and we are going to say we're not being resourced. It's a problem. I've requested that they get the participants inside. I'm just going to give them 5 minutes. It's going to be very quick because we have commissions, but I'll be making an announcement with regard to how we're going to run with commissions so that we stick to the times that we had initially wanted to stick to. Mutsamai, do you mind? I know you don't have a voice, but if you can go to the restaurant and just clap hands so that people are alerted that they need to come back and leave the kitchen. In the restaurant. What's going to happen is that we'll allow the few presentations from the departments to quickly run through, and then we'll break away. We'll do a breakaway session to the commissions, which we will also continue tomorrow morning for the first hour so that we are able to finish the business. And then from there, it means staggering the time tomorrow, but we'll have to be done by 9:30. Yes. But we're going to start with the commissions today. It's 3:10. I'm hoping that if we start at 4:15, at 20 to 4, we finish with the presentations. We're not going to discuss them. Then from there, we move to the commissions and we exhaust the last hours of today, and then we carry over tomorrow with the commissions in the morning, and then 9:30, we're able to convene here. Funeka, Jenny, clap hands outside and inform people to come in. Make them leave the kitchen.
Abafana basakwazi shele nto
But I need my speakers on stage. SARS, DSEC, DCDT, DHET, and transport. And DSBD. Okay, whilst they're ascending to the stage, what's going to happen is that we're going to take all these presentations between now and 20 to 4. At 20 to 4, when we finish with the presentations, we are going to break away to commissions. We have got 4 commissions. The first commission, the departments will be in those commissions. So rest assured that they will be in the commissions. The first commission is going to deal with alleviating the burden of poverty through increased employment. And that commission will be sitting upstairs. There's a commission room 1 and commission room 2. So commission room 1, upstairs, there are lifts to get us upstairs. The hotel staff will be able to direct us accordingly. When you come out on the right, there are lifts that we can use to go upstairs. Commission 1, dealing with increased employment opportunities, will be in that room. And then Commission 2, which deals with stimulating the entrepreneurial spirit of persons with disabilities as economic actors, will sit in Commission Room 2, and which is next to Commission Room 1 upstairs. Those are the only 2 commissions that are taking place upstairs. Commission 3 and 4 will take place here in this plenary. I'm sure now you're aware that the plenary is a bit smaller. There's a subdivision at the back. So this will become Commission Room 3, and then Commission Room 4 is at the back. So Commission 3 is the one that deals with strengthening of services and programs to promote economic empowerment to persons with disabilities. That Commission 3 will take place in this plenary room where we are, so you stay here. And Commission 4, which deals with bridging the digital divide for persons with disabilities to enable them access to access empowerment programs, will be taking place just behind this particular plenary room next door. We are going to start with these commissions from 1545 From 1545, I hope my speakers are listening. From 1545, we will then break away to the commissions, which will continue up until 16:15. 1545 is 15:45, no, sorry. Those commissions will continue until 16:45, my apologies. Yes. And then tomorrow morning we'll still make room for the commissions that will still want to continue in the same setup as today, between the hours of 8 o'clock up till 9:30 to reconvene and finalize their work so that the rapporteurs can report at 9:45. I will still repeat this as we continue after the presentations from the departments. Allow me to call on stage DSBD, the Department of Small Business Development, to come and do a presentation. Let's clap hands for Menomvula Makgoto.
Okay, good afternoon. Sanbonan. Ninjani. Hey, sisuthi kumnandi ne? Mina ngisuthi manje angazi nokuthi ngiyokhuluma njani.
Can I just check if our online participants are still available from the AV? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, it's good to see you, and it's good to see that the house is fairly full. It's still full. And I'm very excited to be speaking to you this afternoon. My name is Nomvula Makgoto. I come from the Department of Small Business Development, and this happens to be one of the departments which you know, if we were a human being this afternoon, we will be limping because of the bashing that we had since this morning. By the way, DSBD is the mother department of SIFA and SIDA. And we heard what the participants were saying, my fellow presenters, since this morning, and some of you have been saying about their experiences with SIDA and SIFA, but we appreciate all the inputs because this is exactly what we are here for. We would like to hear from yourselves directly your experiences as you engage with us, with our entities. So this is the outline of our presentation. And the purpose basically is to update yourselves and the participants online with regards to the programs within the department or maybe just to acknowledge the minister and the DG and the leadership of all organizations of persons with disabilities in our midst, and especially the entrepreneurs who left their businesses to come and join us for the next 2 days, but also to appreciate the opportunity given to us by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to be part of this inaugural summit for the empowerment, economic empowerment of persons with disabilities, which I suspect it's first of its kind in the country. And I'm saying halala to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And I think they deserve a round of applause. Not unless if some of you did participate at an economic summit for persons with disabilities before. Some of us, it's first of its kind. I'm not sure, my fellow presenters. So this is the problem statement. Basically, I think my other fellow speakers this morning did outline the problem statement. At the core of the statement is the exclusion of persons with disabilities from participation and benefiting from the productive economy as productive employees or as entrepreneurs in their rights. There's also an inadequate disaggregated data on the participation and contribution of persons with disabilities in the economy, which in fact impedes on the planning and distribution of resources, and also impacts on the monitoring and evaluation. I think this has also been alluded to. The barriers to access to meaningful entrepreneurship, which includes, amongst others, poor access to finances, market opportunities, technology, accessible support, supportive infrastructure, which includes transportation, skills development, education, lack of access to information, and user-friendly application processes. Persons with disabilities are also confined to corporate social investment or socio-economic development as socio-economic beneficiaries in terms of the triple BE codes of good practice, but they are less advanced in terms of ESD. I think this was spoken at large since this morning, that we have to really do something about this triple BEE codes of good practice, so that persons with disabilities shouldn't be regarded as a charity. And by the way, we are talking about a group of society that has quite a number of people who are entrepreneurs in their own right. I think we saw the 20 people in the farming community, but we also, within the department, we are interacting a lot with entrepreneurs who are running very beautiful, big, sustainable businesses, and therefore we can't be lumping all persons with disabilities under CSI or socio-economic development. We are also saying there's existing public or private sector support and interventions for persons with disabilities, which is not complying to the universal standards. The support, the intervention that a private or public sector is availing for persons with disabilities, it's a one-size-fits-all. I think somebody spoke about, one of our entities providing support on access to financing. And in fact, this is what had happened. One of the organizations, the chambers of business of persons with disabilities, they once approached us, wanted to find out what support are we having. We gave them the funding program, and what they said to us was that we don't want funding. We want to know what is the developmental program that we are having. By coming to you, it does not necessarily mean we want funds. We want development which is broader than funding. So this is not only the case with us, but across the board. People think whenever we provide financing, therefore we are solving all the entrepreneurship challenges faced by persons with disabilities, which is not the case. And there's also limited follow-through on lack of compliance with national or international minimum standards. I'm sorry, we missed a word there. There's limited to no involvement of people with disabilities in the design of support products or services. I think one of the speakers did mention that we need to involve the persons. I think that is the slogan here, nothing for us without us. So, but unfortunately, governments and private sector are continuing to design programs for persons with disabilities and without their participation. Our mandate really is to lead and coordinate integrated approach to promote development of entrepreneurship for small, micro, and medium enterprises and cooperatives, including informal businesses. Our mission is to coordinate integration and mobilization of efforts and resources towards creation of enabling environments for the growth and sustainability of SMMEs and co-ops. And our vision really is a transformed and inclusive economy that is driven by sustainable, innovative SMMEs. We are emphasizing transformed and inclusive economy because this really talks to the involvement, inclusion of persons with disabilities. And therefore, as a department, we took a position of mainstreaming the targeted groups, that is women, youth, and persons with disabilities across all programs, policies, interventions, and that is really informed by the Chapter 2 of the Constitution, the NDP 2030, MTSF 2019 to 24, which says when, the targeted groups are cross-cutting and should be treated as such across all government programs and legislation and so on. So the services that we are rendering as a department, I think I did indicate that we have two entities, SIDA and SIFA. So our services are rendered through these entities. SIDA is the Small Enterprise Development Agency, which is responsible for non-financial support. It includes, I think our brother there, Ari, did talk about development of business plans and so on. And one of the programs that one can talk about is the partnership with strategic organizations of persons with disabilities. One of those organizations is a Medunsa organization for persons with disabilities. What we are doing with this organization is that we are developing entrepreneurship programs for their members so that they register cooperatives and SMMEs and transition from being a social development organization into individual entrepreneurship organizations. We also have SIFA, which is responsible for small enterprise finance agencies. It's administering financing, loans, and so on. We also have Amavulandlela Finance Scheme, which is a funding scheme that is targeted for persons with disabilities. We have our colleague from SIFA who will give a detailed presentation on this Amavulandlela. I'm not sure the program director will guide us whether he will be doing it from here or at the commission, but a detailed presentation shall be made on this scheme. And maybe just to say, we have had a lot of challenging, interventions from applicants with disabilities, and hence the scheme is still undergoing the revamping. We took some of the inputs from persons with disabilities. Some of the issues that Ari was raising there, we are already implementing within SIFA. We are revamping the scheme, and we are hoping that the new look Amavulandlela Finance Scheme would incorporate all the things that he was talking about, that we need a blended finance, not a pure loan, because it has some unintended implications for persons with disabilities. So those are the figures with regards to progress to date, insofar as the support of women, youth, and persons with disabilities is concerned. So, colleagues, I must say, we can't say we are very excited about the level of support that has been dedicated, especially to persons with disabilities. Hence, we are excited about this engagement because we'll get a lot of inputs which will inform our intervention moving forward. Some of the programs which includes which are really targeting persons with disabilities, includes localization, which is assisting entrepreneurs to commercialize. I think the colleague from Dalrat kept on speaking about commercialization. So those of you who are producing some products, we have this program, the localization program, which will assist you to test, you know, at SABS, to link your products with some of the big retails, clinics, and so on, or pharmaceutical companies. We are also working very closely with Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the implementation of Sanitary Dignity Program. We are doing a value chain analysis for them to see where can persons with disabilities, especially women and youth, where in the value chain can they participate, because there are a lot of economic opportunities either in the production, in the distribution, in the packaging, and so on, of the sanitary dignity programs. We have She Trades ZA, a program. It's a program that is targeted for women, whereby women entrepreneurs would register on this platform. It's a platform that that has been developed by World Trade Center. You register, you are able to sell or buy services or products internationally. So through CEDA, we are able to prepare and to support you so that your products are eligible to can be listed on this international platform. Of course, I did speak about the Amavulandlela and the entrepreneurship program with MODE. We have women entrepreneurship and coaching support program that is driven by CEDA. We have Youth Challenge Fund, which fund is also looking at the young people with disabilities, irrespective of whether they are women or irrespective of the gender and the preferences. But this fund is dedicated for the young people. We have Informal and Micro Enterprise Development Program, the IMED. I think some of you who would have followed my minister, oh, by the way, my minister is Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams. Deputy Minister is Deputy Minister Stumo Dlamini. Throughout, ever since they were deployed in the Department of Small Business Development, the two of them are distributing assets, the tools of trade to informal businesses. Tools of trade that are to the value of about 10 to 12,000 rand. These are in the form of a grant, you don't pay anything. So the aim is for the informal businesses to build their asset base, but also to if they are interested, to register as formal businesses so that they can participate in other programs in the department. We are also participating at the presidential 40%, that presidential 40% commitment structure, which is called WICONA. It had their second assembly in October. Persons with disabilities are also encouraged to participate through WICONA so that they can access the opportunities within the value chains of the private sector and public sector. And we are also doing training of targeted groups, including women with disabilities, so that they are able to be ready to can take up opportunities within the procurement of public sector. In summary, we are saying as a department, we are putting together a strategy on gender, youth and disabilities mainstreaming. And this strategy, my fellow colleagues will be having a whole section on how to develop enterprise development for persons with disabilities, because we are aware that with the lack of strategy, there's a challenge in terms of allocating resources, but also developing targeted programs to support persons with disabilities. And as a department, of course, we are committed to work with any strategic partner, including some of the organizations in the room, in order to ensure the full emancipation and realization of economic potential for persons with disabilities. Thank you very much. Thank you. In the absence of my colleague, I think she had to step outside. Shall I invite, I don't know how is the program structured, but any of my colleagues who is ready, I think Madame Landers. Thank you. That is multitasking in government.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually not Petronella Linders, although she is someone I work with quite closely, or have done. I'm Amanda Gibbard from the Department of Transport, and I'd just like to say thank you very much for letting me come to speak with you today. To the Presidency and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and to all the disability groups that are here. I do have a presentation, thank you very much, it's now loaded. I am aware you've been sitting for a long time and you probably want to start trying to solve problems, so I won't necessarily speak on everything that I'd planned to speak on today. I'll make it short. I wanted to start by giving a couple of reasons why transport should be accessible. I know it's not. I recognize that I'm in trouble with all the speakers who've spoken so far, and I'd like to apologize, first of all, on the department, from the Department of Transport. I'd also like to say thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Ekurhuleni, and the team that work with Ekurhuleni Municipality and the availability of the bus today. I hope you've been on it. If you haven't, I hope you will tomorrow. I'd also like to say thank you to my colleague Mamotsepi Matwane and to Piso, who works with her. They are the disability focal point, I'm not, and I will explain that in the presentation. Before we start, I just want to say that the Constitution obviously does include disability equality, and I know that for 26 years people have not experienced that in transport. It also describes the right to freedom of movement. And so with those two, you have to have an accessible transport system. I'd like to start there, and with a quote from Chief Justice Pius Langa, who in one of his constitutional court cases said, "Exclusion from the mainstream society results from the construction of a society based solely on mainstream attributes to which disabled persons will never be able to gain access. Rather, it is the failure of society to make reasonable accommodation and to fine-tune society so that its structures and assumptions do not result in the regulation of and banishment of disabled persons from participation, which results in discrimination against them." And I want to start with that because I do accept that government must act. It is our job to make things accessible, and I know that we haven't done it. I have studied the barriers in transport in some detail, as the Minister today asked us to do. And I really think we need systemic solutions. We need a systemic change. And I'm trying to put that in place. So I haven't got there, and I will give you some stories about what I've experienced. I'd like to upfront offer a solution. I really think that we need the presidency to insist that all grants have something in them on universal design and universal access. The grant I work with is the only grant in the Department of Transport that does that. And we have been able to show some progress, which is why there's a bus outside earlier today. But if we don't get the roads grants, for example, working with us, we are not going to succeed. This program will finish. You will not get accessible aviation services. We need a more firm stick. We need carrots and we need sticks and all the rest of it. But we really need something that says that every grant that goes to every government department must comply with minimum standards that support the inclusion of people with disabilities. And I think that would be a big solution. So with that, if we, I have to go to this first slide, don't I? Oh, good. Okay, thank you. So this one explains Mahmoud Sepe's and my role. So she deals with the internal focus, which is the employment equity, capacity building, organizational development, supply chain, BE, risk, and internal audit. And she deals with that inside the department, as in every government department. But she also deals with the state-owned entities. I deal with the external focus, with the problems that people experience when transport isn't accessible. I try and create an enabling environment for our department and for the municipalities I work with. I work with the legal and policy context, and I try and put in place implementation mechanisms. One of those is complaints resolution, and I value that, and I can talk about some of the complaints that I'm working with, but I can't solve them. So if you want a statistic, I would say that over 95% of transport is still not accessible. And that should have changed over the last 12 years, and it hasn't, and there's a problem with that. I also introduced monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. So if you look at transport, I work in a branch called public transport, but you think that all forms of transport are public transport. So when I deal with complaints, I will get them from maritime, aviation services, integrated transport planning, roads, public transport and rail, and I will attempt to work with people in other departments to try and solve problems, basically. And it doesn't necessarily work, but we still try because that's my job. So if you look at where we're focusing universal access in transport, we've got 41 roughly national government departments. We've got the Department of Transport, we've got 9 provinces, and the provinces are responsible for transport delivery. We've got the public transport branch, which deals with road-based public transport, and we then work with 10 of the 278 municipalities. So most of you do not get accessible transport. We then have 13 state-owned entities which have an influence on transport and are maybe not trying to make it accessible. And particularly in the roads environments, we have the South African Development Community, SADC, which brings in standards. Standards are promoted to a regional level, which means that if you can't cross the road because it's too busy, those standards have been elevated to another level of government, which maybe doesn't have a constitution as this country does. So it's complicated, and I take all the criticism you would like to give me, and I don't know how to solve the problems, but I can tell you what we've done. So basically, I'm working in a program which is targeting municipalities. We had 13 integrated public transport municipalities and a grant that would help them focus their efforts on making all transport accessible. because of lack of implementation over 10 years, we've had to suspend 3 of those. And so, therefore, they're not doing any more than any other municipality to make themselves accessible. So some of them receive a grant called the Public Transport Network Grant, and some of them don't. And these are the ones that we're working with. So Ekurhuleni is one of the ones that we're working with, and they've signed a universal access statement. The mayor signed it, committing to bring in universally accessible transport. I've listed the agencies of the department as well because, for example, we would work with PRASA if we're working on rail, which is not accessible. So those are the kinds of issues that we're doing. But we have managed to launch 10 new bus systems, and they are running, but not for very much of the municipality. So if you don't live on one of those bus routes, you won't be able to get an accessible bus yet. So just to illustrate how we've been able to make progress so far, we have a document called the Accessible Public Transport Strategy, and it's divided your journey that you might make with public transport into something called the travel chain. So you plan a trip, you've got to have access to information to make that trip. You've got to get to the pickup point to take a journey. You've got to be able to get into the vehicle. You've got to be able to make the journey. You've got to be able to get out of the vehicle. You've got to be able to get to your destination. And importantly, you have to be able to give feedback on your trip. And that influences whether you will take another journey. Now, my role is in that bit between giving feedback on the trip and your ability and capabilities when you plan the next journey. And for that, I'm using performance standards and a set of programs so that I can categorize where the problems are and try and target where we need to make interventions. So just in terms of our time frame, we started in 2010 with this, with new legislation and a new way of trying to approach transport. The finish was supposed to be 2030, and we were going to make all transport accessible. But somehow we've lost the plot. The ball has been dropped along the way, and we're not making the progress that we should. If you go back to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, you can divide up transport, or you can divide up those rights into 5 main areas. You have social rights, cultural rights, economic rights, civil rights, and political rights. Sorry, I hope I'm not going too fast. So in those rights, you need transport in order to be able to access each of those services, and the transport system is supposed to be accessible itself. So the problem is that the modes are not accessible, they are unsafe, they're inaccessible, they're not integrated, and they're unreliable. People with disabilities are especially unable to use them. People with other access needs who are covered by transport legislation are unable to be part of society because it's not accessible, and we've made insufficient progress. And there was research at the beginning of democracy to identify what those problems were. What I've tried to do is to bring in a system, and I'm going to illustrate some of the complaints that we've had from a document that I'm preparing for the presidency, because we're also in trouble for not hosting our own conference on what we're going to do about transport. So, for example, there was an amendment to the Land Transport Act, and the disability sector contacted me in 2018 because they hadn't been consulted on it. And there are currently regulations in there to say that people with disabilities have the right of access to vehicles and facilities. That amendment was going to be changed and that right of access taken out of it. So they wrote to me and said that they tried to approach Parliament, and Parliament have refused their application to be heard. So although we do have a problem in transport, we also have a problem with people being able to be heard when they want to raise a concern about it. Another problem was civil aviation regulations. I'd had a lot of complaints about Part 121 of the civil aviation regulations because the carriage of persons with special needs was updated between 2013 and 2017, and it was replaced by amendments that would forbid passengers to fly independently if they were in a wheelchair. I don't know what to do. I mean, I have to say, some of these problems, how are you supposed to stop them? And that is, in fact, something I think we would need to discuss in the commissions, because if this happens, what is the response supposed to be? And how do you stop it? Interestingly, with the assistance of the disability sector, we've now got aviation airlines beginning to say we will allow people in wheelchairs to travel on our aeroplanes. But the fact that this happened in the first place is of serious, serious concern. Some other illustrations I'd like to give you from other forms of transport. We've integrated transport planning. I've raised that. It is one of our sections in the department, and they are very supportive. But we have provinces that don't necessarily see things in the same way. So they will widen roads, they will divide up communities, and they will make it extremely difficult to cross the road. They will put in interventions such as one in Linwood Road, where it links up with the N1 in Pretoria. And they will widen those roads, so if you now live on one side of the road, you can't cross to the other. And again, once that's done, it's very difficult to change. So I've got other cases from the South African Bureau of Standards where people have died trying to cross the road, and yet it's impossible to get someone to deal with that. And in fact, they've only just been heard after 20 years. So those are some of the problems that we've been having in roads. In rail, Parliament insisted on hearing the rail component in 2012. So we were supposed to bring in level boarding and rolling stock. And there has been a problem with that, and we don't know how to solve it yet. But the rail section in the Department of Transport is eager to start working on that. With restricted services in the rail environment, we've had fewer trains, which has meant that women have to wait on platforms on their own for longer, and gender-based violence in the rail environment has risen. When people are going into a train which they've waited a long time for, as they go through the door into the carriage, they're all squashed together, and women have found that they've experienced gender-based violence in the rail environment because there are fewer trains. There are fewer trains because the money that was supposed to be spent on upgrading the system was not spent on upgrading the system. Now, the National Department knows this, and obviously we know it needs to be addressed. And I look forward to hearing your suggestions about how we can help make this happen faster. I've given you some of examples of the problems with roads, and I'd like to finish by giving you one from a gentleman that I never met. He was somebody called Advocate Sekwati. So he died crossing the road in the middle of Johannesburg. He was run over by a taxi. He was an advocate and he was blind, and he used to show people around Joburg so that they could learn how to navigate Johannesburg if they were blind. I don't know why this happened. I don't know how it happened, because I can't get a report on it other than what I can find in the news. But I think that this case is important because he's somebody who trained his whole life to work. He's somebody who benefited from the economic empowerment programs of government. He was an advocate, a respected advocate in the Johannesburg High Court. And I couldn't protect him. He died because the Department of Transport is not able to stop these kinds of accidents. And there are other examples I could give you. There are things that we're trying to do. We know that we can't rely on 12-metre buses. If we look at public transport, for example, on roadside, which is what you experienced every day, we need to have curbside boarding so it's safe. We can make some of the buses accessible, the larger buses, but we need accessible minibus taxis. So we do have a universally designed minibus taxi with side boarding, which can accommodate people in wheelchairs. And this is where we need to work with other departments. And I'm very grateful that the DTIC is here today, because we need to work with them on accepting this as an innovative practice so that we can start bringing in smaller vehicles that everyone can get into and that are economically viable and that are not costly to bring in. They're cheaper than existing models and they won't lose business, because when there's no one in a wheelchair, they can take other people as well. And even if there are people in wheelchairs, they can still take other people as well. And it's through a curbside access which creates level boarding. Those are the things that we want to do. And I think that these systemic barriers are going to be overcome when we start working together. And I'd like to finish with a final case. It's a bus case. And it just shows how much we need to do. We need buses to be accessible and we need drivers to be trained. We need passengers who need that kind of access to be able to get it. So it means that we have to design the environment correctly with boarding that's level, with drivers who will listen so that passengers can get on the bus and those passengers are not inconvenienced in the trip that they take. We need reports that go to municipalities and to the Human Rights Commission to be heard. We've got a case now that's gone to the Human Rights Commission, and from that has gone to the Public Protector's Office. Now, if we could bring in accessible minibus taxis, we could solve that problem. So there are solutions, but there are also these systemic problems that keep progress from happening, and we need the progress to happen in a far faster way so that you all experience accessible transport in your lifetime. I'd like to stop there. I know it's not the most positive presentation, and I am around for the rest of the day and tomorrow to take queries. I have got slides that show the rest of the process. I'm not going to go through it now. I'm going to make a copy of this available so that you can see the kind of process that we've put in place and the sort of questions we ask ourselves in national to try and remedy the problems with transport, because that's what the legislation requires us to do. So we have a system that we've put in place, and we do work with other departments, and I'm going to hand over to Petronella. She is one of the departments that we've set up a quarterly meeting with so that we can look at transport problems from a physical perspective and a technological perspective to try and come up with solutions. And thank you too for everyone who's part of that committee, and anybody else who would like to join it is welcome to join. And I'll end with my contact details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for an insightful presentation. I'm going to quickly invite Madame Petronella Lindes from Department of Communication and Digital Transformation Technologies. Okay. Yeah, and she's going to take over exactly from where Amanda has left.
Good afternoon, everybody. I depend on audio because I'm partially sighted, so I need to hear you. I know it's late in the afternoon. I know we are all very tired, and I know that we have been sitting for a long time. But I am very interactive because, like I said, I depend on audio. So if the room is quiet, I might think everybody has left and I'm talking to myself because I can't see. So I first want to start by just acknowledging the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities for this opportunity that they have granted us as government to be here today to interact with persons with disabilities on the very important issue of economic empowerment. But before I start to do that, I would like to ask, is there any persons in this room that are currently entrepreneurs in the digital technology and ICT sector? And if you are, can you say something? Can you do something so that I can hear and get a feel for how many people in the room is actually in the sector, who are having businesses or are participating in the digital technology sector. Okay, okay. So there are a few. I wanted to prove a point without having to bore you with research. If you heard the voices, it would be about 5% of the people in this room. And that is currently what the stats are as far as persons with disabilities are concerned in terms of digital technology and participating in the communications and information technology sector. It's just under 4.3% of persons that are actually participating in the sector in terms of economic empowerment. Not, now I'm going to ask a second question. How many of the people in this room are employed in the ICT sector? You are working either for an ICT NGO or a government department where you are working in the sector, or you are working for a state-owned company, or you are, but you have full-time employment in the ICT sector. How many people in this room?
Aziko.
There are how many? Again, the statistics are proven correctly. That would be about 0.1% of the room in terms of employment of people in the sector. The last question that I have, and this one might be difficult because it's directly linked to the first question that I asked. How many people in this room has accessed procurement opportunities as an, either as a company that is running, that is in the sector, or that procured, that provided, services, ICT services to government? Remember, we have procurement in our country, preferential procurement. And one of those areas are where you can provide ICT services or goods to government. So how many in this room has had that opportunity? You see? Okay, so we don't want to even get the detail. So that, and then the last question that I have is with regards to, in the ICT sector, we have what is called the Code of Good Practice for BBBE for the ICT sector now, specifically a code for the sector. So in that code, there is specific provisions for persons with disabilities in terms of skills development, in terms of supplier development, and in terms of enterprise development. So how many people in this room has had opportunities directly as a result of participating in BBBE under the ICT sector code? Okay, so that is a concern because that is not what the stats are showing. But in the stats for BBBE, the majority of participation is under what is called SED, socio-economic development, and not supplier development, not entrepreneurship. So in essence, the research is proven correctly. So I wanted to do that so that we understand what we are dealing with in terms of economic empowerment as far as digital technology and ICTs are concerned. Before I go into the whole presentation of the department, because it's always important to locate ourselves as to where we are. Because we could sometimes be sitting in a room and we would be asking ourselves, what are these people talking about? Because I don't know, I'm not located. So in terms of Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, DCDT. We are the government department that was set up in 2019 by the president and under the new administration that we are currently in, that is almost coming to an end in terms of 2024, where Department of Communications, DOC, and Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, DTPS, was merged by the president to form Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, DCDT. So, in essence, our department is 2.5 years old, DCDT. But we cannot act as if we were not part of government. So that's why my presentation will cover everything that we have done, even in our previous forms. But in terms of the 2 years, I will try to zoom into the DCDT. So what then happened is the department obviously got a new mandate as Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And why did we get that new mandate? Because as a country, we are moving towards becoming a digital country. Now, I want to ask another question, and I want to see if the research is going to be proven correctly. How many people in this room has a smartphone? All of us, you see? So again, research says that in South Africa, we are now at the stage where we are 27% of the population has smartphones. 27%. But cell phone penetration in South Africa is 103%. So we have more phones than people in the country. And because most of you in this room has 2 phones. I'm sure about that. So now what happened is our department's role changed, and we are now moving towards getting the country to be digital. So that's telecommunications. Now broadcasting. We have a role in telecommunications, mobile technology. Okay? It's not as limited, it's not so limited as just phones, but I'm trying to make it so that we can locate ourselves, as opposed to boring you with the jargon of because the other thing about communications and technology, it's a language on its own. We have a mouse, and for other people, that's something that runs around on the floor. But for us, that's a gadget. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you see, this is the other challenge we have in the technology sector, because we are not tangible. You see, we are not a bus. We are not the clinic. We are not the school. But you cannot do any of those things without technology today. If you don't have a smartphone and a good internet connection, you are lost. But I was asked to not go into the presentation. So what I will just do now is to indicate to you that as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we are responsible for telecommunications, which is what I was trying to explain in terms of mobile technology. And in that area, there are a myriad of opportunities for persons with disabilities to either have their own businesses, or to be employed in the sector, or to have triple BE in terms of the scorecards. We are also responsible for broadcasting. And in terms of broadcasting, you would know our minister. If you don't know our minister by now, I would be very surprised, because she has been in every corner of this country telling you that you are going to end up not being able to watch TV if you do not get a digital box, so a set-top box. So we have digital TV, there's a myriad of opportunities there. We also, in broadcasting, there is sound broadcasting, and we have some of our colleagues here that will be presenting in the commission on the opportunities there. In broadcasting, there's new media, where there's local content that can be developed by ourselves, our phones, any gadget that has internet can enable you to create media. In broadcasting, we also have films and publications, the Films and Publication Board that is under our department, and their main responsibility is to regulate information that is given to children. But even in that, there is opportunity for you as persons with disabilities to become online safety programmers, to look at the content that's being developed. How safe is it to become classifiers in terms of classifying the information? So that's broadcasting. Then we also responsible for postal services. And obviously you would ask yourself, where does postal services come in if we are, but under postal services, we have the South African Post Bank, which is looking at ensuring that we have digital inclusion when it comes to financial participation. But even in the South African Postal Services, we are looking at e-commerce and how we can utilize the post office to enhance economic participation in terms of using the online platforms. And so that's in terms of the South African the postal services. And then lastly, we are responsible for the information technology and electronic sector, which is another vast opportunity in terms of the manufacturing, the imports. Currently, one of the biggest challenges we have is the fact that most accessible technology is being imported. And we need to look at how can we ensure that persons with disabilities are at the forefront of developing their own technology and are actually getting economic value out of that. So those are just some of the opportunities that's available. But in the commission, we will go into the actual presentation and the details of this. But lastly, just to say, we also have the area of cybersecurity, because whatever we do online, if we are not securing the information, we are at risk. You have seen probably on TV where people have been hacked and information has been leaked. So in that field itself, there is a vast number of opportunities in terms of persons with disabilities. And then obviously in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, the new technologies, I will just mention them quickly before I conclude. Artificial intelligence. Everything that we do is driven by artificial intelligence. You are sitting here and you are very tired now and you are starting to think about how you're going to get home. The moment you switch on your phone, you see an advert for Uber or for something related, but you were just thinking about it. That's how artificial intelligence is working, because your phone is connected to you, and it basically, everything that you input in your phone, it provides an opportunity for artificial intelligence to enable it to talk to you. The next one is Internet of Things. You are able to sit here, those that are privileged and that has moved on in terms of digital technologies, can sit here and they are closing their curtains, they are checking the milk in the fridge, they are making sure that the gates are locked. That is Internet of Things. It's talking to each other. Your gadget, your phone is talking to your devices at home. 3D printing. That's now an old technology actually, but it's still new in a sense because we are not really utilizing it in South Africa. We have Siafunda outside at the exhibition. I hope some of you have gone and looked at it. 3D printing. You can print a house with 3D printing. That's how advanced technology has gone. And then I will leave it at that. But all I want to say to persons with disabilities and to companies and businesses, there is a vast of opportunity in this sector. But it's about how you position yourself, and it's about how you challenge us as government to say, how do we access these opportunities? What is it that we do together? Because remember, as a government, we create an enabling environment. That's what we do. And our department is not, we don't have provincial departments. We are only national. We have state-owned companies that we work through. And so challenge us and ask us, how do we work with you to do this? And that is what Amanda was referring to. We have what we call a disability and ICT chamber and a working group on affordability and accessibility. That is where we bring the sector together to be able to discuss these things and to look at how do we take things forward. But I'm being pressurized. I'm not happy about that. Just want you to be clear about that, because we've been very patient, sitting and waiting to get our opportunity. But thank you very much for listening to me. And I am proudly a person with a disability. I've been in the sector. I've been in the sector for more than 30 years now. I was part of the people that wrote the document that gives us that 5% of economic empowerment in terms of the Job Summit. The Employment Equity Act. We have the Code of Good Practice on persons with disabilities, not because somebody was nice to us. We fought for it. So I want you to really take up those opportunities and say to yourself, how do we go forward in the next 5 years so that when we come back to this summit, we are able to say, these are the achievements that we've had in the sector that I'm responsible for. Thank you.
So I take it that the commission that's going to deal with the digital divide will have more people. Without a waste of time, I've been asked, I allowed that we continue with this whilst we were dealing with some emergency, but for those that may be aware, we have allayed the emergency, we are okay now. There was just a little mishap with one of our delegates. But the delegate is okay. So we'll go to commissions. How we'll do them, as advised by AV, is that we will proceed upstairs. There's Commission 1. Okay, I'll repack. Upstairs, there's Commission 1, 2, and 3. Yes. There's Commission 1, 2, and 3. That is upstairs. On the right, Commission 1, 2, and 3 in line with the program. And Commission 4, which is on the digital divide, will remain here. And then one more announcement, delegates, is that tomorrow, you are going to receive a fresh accreditation. And this is how it's going to work. The accreditation that we gave you today, bring it with. Bring the pouches with, but you are going to receive armbands. This one will be used to clearly identify who is who here. But for security reasons tomorrow, you will receive armbands from the state security personnel that will be at the registration points for each one of us in this room. Security will be very tight tomorrow. If you don't have the armband, you will not be allowed entry. And for you to have the armband, you need to bring your accreditation pouch with so that they're able to identify you with. I hope that I'm clear with that one. Let's not have altercations and issues tomorrow. Make sure you keep the accreditation we gave you today safe so that you are able to gain entry into the registration where you will receive an armband from state security, and that is meant for only security reasons. So let's move on to the commission. We will have commissions. There's so much that we want to do with commissions, but I'm going to request, because there are colleagues that have got transport pressures, that we extend the commissions to 17:30. We will then break now and move to commissions, and at 17:30, we can break from the commissions. It's a full 45 minutes, and then tomorrow, At 8:30, we convene for 1 hour to finalize the work of the commissions if you are not concluded. Thank you very much. There's one presentation that could not be made here now due to pressures around time also. It's the Dept presentation. That's the Department of Higher Education and Training. And I really want to ask for an apology. I will give you, yes, I know you had indicated earlier, but I want to give you an opportunity. We'll talk about it so that you can speak to the delegates around it. But the very panel that has been presenting to yourself, colleagues, and other colleagues who are part of their entourage will be sitting in the different panels to assist with information. Thank you very much.